Okay, so this is going to be the start of session 18. Session 18, yep. I do believe.
Well, whatever you say.
Yeah,
I've lost
Yeah.
count
mate, you are
We keep adding
absolutely
letters.
stoned out of your mind, aren't you?
a little bit.
Yeah, right, okay. So, this is session 18. And just before we get into
don't do spit.
just before we get into the thick of it, there are a little pair of vignettes, if you like, that we need to do here.
Sorry, I'm mute.
Yeah, I swear to fucking God, Kurt. There are a pair of little vignettes that we have to do here that are related to two characters that are no longer a part of the group. Dun, dun, dun. So,
Suck up there.
give me a sec. Just need to. Right. Lorne De Birch
Oh, that cunt's alive.
is in fact still alive as he blinks blearily and vision slowly starts to come back into view after a long, long time in darkness of unconsciousness, and you wake up to burning pain in your stomach, in your head, in your arms, in your legs. This feeling of pain, this dull ache, like every muscle and bone in your body has been squeezed by a vice. And as you come groaning back to the surface of consciousness, you hear a somewhat familiar voice. Ah, you're finally back with us. That's absolutely capital. It's very good to see you, Lorne. You've been out for quite a while. And you
can't even voice
as
who
you
that is, so.
as you start to gain your bearings, you realise you are in what looks like something resembling a state room. It's quite fancy. There's a red carpet on the floor, some nice upholstery on the walls. Some sun comes in through the large glass window, and stood at the foot of your rather large bed is Primus von Bildhofen with his arms crossed over his very fine tunic.
Good morning.
You've been out for about 5 days.
Feels like it should have been longer.
You certainly have been lucky. You wouldn't have made it if not for some of the guardsmen that found you outside that warehouse. They brought you straight to me after they recognized your heraldry. Or, should I say my heraldry. My doctor has been tending to you. At first he thought you wouldn't pull through, but it seems like some miracle has turned your condition around.
The lady after her nights.
Indeed. Well, I wouldn't know anything about all that, but certainly you're a very lucky man. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for your face. It's a little bit mangled, to say the least. But I'm sure it'll recover in time. I'm sure there will be a certain rugged handsomeness to your new appearance. Yes?
I'm not even going to look in towards a mirror and just grunt in agreement.
Unfortunately, it turns out that the situation down at the warehouse, we were never able to capture that filthy insurgent that was responsible for all of this. As it turns out, there was some elf running around who started the fire and supposedly was responsible for summoning all sorts of demonic monsters and chaotic, disgusting filth. Apparently, it was that same elf that you had to joust against for my honor in the tournament.
I am aware of the elf, Lord. However, though I don't know if he did start the fight, I can tell you that the one who was committing a ritual was Councillor Tugan.
Indeed. Well, that's certainly some interesting information to hear. There were a few others that were willing to corroborate that story, but unfortunately he's dead, as was everybody else at the scene, except for a handful of guardsmen. And yourself, as it turns out. So certainly I'll be sending through a few of our legal aides to take what notes they can from your account of what happened that day.
Of course, my lord.
The dwarf that was responsible for what happened to you has evaded capture, unfortunately. We have no idea what's become of him, or the rest of the party that was with him. For now, I think it might be best to put that out of your mind. After all, dwarves, they are, well, they tend to come and go, especially the ones with orange hair. They live to die, or so they say, and it can be quite difficult to tell one from another.
I think this one may cause problems in the future, as he clearly fell to the lusts of the blood god.
Well, Lorne, I certainly think you should still keep taking your rest. Don't move too much from where you are now, yes? I will have some doctors come through again to attend you soon, but... There was something that I wanted to discuss with you. There has been a bit of a situation developing in the Empire, one that you, in your inestimable company of, well, less than politically connected individuals as you were, probably have not been too aware of. Over the past 5 years, 10 years, the situation in the Reichwald, and indeed most of the Empire, has been steadily getting worse. There are more and more greenskins raiding the lands, more and more of those mutant beastmen coming out of the forests, and we can't seem to figure out an end to them. We don't know where or why they are coming out in such ferocious force, but it only seems to get worse every year.
I remember seeing a call for soldiers and adventurers to go to the Grey Mountains a few weeks back.
Indeed, the Crown Prince Ostland was intending to undertake an expedition to deal with a horde of greenskins that had been infesting a castle up in the Grey Mountains. Unfortunately, we've not heard back from his expedition for some time. His father is in terrible grief. He believes that he won't be returning. His mother is more optimistic and simply demands that we wait and see what happens before we start arranging any matters of succession. But that is a matter for their family, of which I am not a part, and all I can do is offer my condolences. More to the point, though, specifically concerning the Reichwald, which is a part of my domain, of course, as the Crown Prince of Middenland, there has been a growing situation. We have a large number of refugees that are fleeing into Middenheim. I haven't actually... We're still in Bogenhafen, by the way. I haven't carted you off to some other city. I will be taking my leave of here shortly, and I'll have to be leaving you behind, because I need to go and deal with the situation that's growing up there. But I had a task for you. Once you feel that you've recovered and you've managed to regain your faculties.
What is it, my lord?
There is a small village, or I suppose to be more accurate, I should say there was a small village called Delberts, out in the depths of the Reichwald. It was a lumbering camp. The civilians there were responsible for supplying most of the timber that Middenheim made use of. Unfortunately, it was raided by ferocious beastmen not 2 weeks ago, and has been annihilated completely. As far as I am aware, all of the buildings were destroyed, most of the population were killed, and the few that survived, they had to flee to Middenheim, along with many other refugees from other neighboring hamlets that have suffered similar fates. I did attempt to send a regiment out into the Reichwald to see if they could dispatch this menace, but unfortunately nothing has been heard from them. It was my hope that perhaps you would be able to lead a small company of soldiers into the Reichwald and find out what happened to them.
Sorry, I just cut out then.
What did you miss? Well, or rather, I guess that doesn't make any sense. What did you hear?
I missed about the last minute or so. I had sent a regiment out.
Oh, okay. Yes, we sent a regiment out into the Reichwald to try and see if they could deal with this beast-man menace, but unfortunately we've not heard back from them. I was hoping, once you'd recovered and regained a measure of your strength, that you might be able to lead a small company out into the forest and see if you could find out what happened to those soldiers, and indeed maybe take revenge on those filthy beastmen that were responsible for sacking Delbert's.
I could, indeed, my lord. However, whilst I was, the words, out of it, the lady has come to me and given me a quest. I can do this
Indeed.
for you, but I would ask in return that you provide me with funds and supplies to help me with my quest.
What manner of quest is this?
It is well, I'm not too sure details of it myself. He's just pointed me in the direction of a specific individual that I need to track down.
I see. Well, to me, I certainly wouldn't want to insult you by suggesting that maybe it might have just been a dream. But if you are indeed insistent that you must pursue this, then provided you fulfill your duties to me by completing this task that I ask of you as my loyal servant, then I suppose I will provision you with what I can to pursue this endeavor of yours.
That sounds like a amicable agreement, my lord.
My doctors will continue to attend you here. Once you've managed to recover, you should make with all haste to Middenheim, where I'll assign you a small company of soldiers and send you out into the forest.
Of course, my lord.
Until then, we'll meet again soon. And rest well, yes?
Yes, my lord.
I need to see if I can find this elf. He starts making his way out of the room. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a slayer washes up on the shores of a river.
Oi, oi, boys,
Fucking-
make some noise.
Fucking water wasn't made for drinking, that's what beer's for.
Stirring back to life with coughing and spluttering, also barely clinging onto life, you find yourself being dragged by the armpits, by the sounds of grunting noises. You think there are possibly two people that are dragging you out of the water. Come on, lad, put your back into it. We got to get this man up.
Who are you?
You're dumped unceremoniously on the ground, and peering over you are two bearded faces. Indeed, they look like dwarfs. Well, Slayer, looks like you've had a bit of a bad turn.
Where am I?
You're not far from Grunzint. Or, well, what's left of it, anyway.
God, that must have been in the room for a while. Have you seen a human?
The two of them squint at you for a moment and then shake their head. One of them offers you a flask of ale. Here, drink this. That'll sort you out.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start heartily sipping at the mug, I guess, or the flask. Oh, thank God. I'd look more closely at them. Do I recognise them at all?
You don't recognise them, although, judging by their tattered and weathered appearance, it looks like they've probably been on the road for quite a while. There is a faint smell of smoke on the air as well.
What brings you two here?
My
Why are you
name's
by the river?
My name's Eddie, and this is my brother Ergi. We're both from Grunzint. Well, we used to be bronzesmiths, and now we're refugees looking for help from fucking manlings. Bloody greenskins came and sacked the hold. We're all that's left, us and the refugees in the camp over there.
How many of there are you?
Who even survived, Ergy? I don't know, probably, 100 of us? 150? Something like that.
That's a sizable number.
Not many left compared to the thousands that used to live there. For the fucking greenskins came and took it and burnt it to the bloody ground.
No, but whoever's leading you has done a great job.
Well, we've been doing what we can, me and my brother, but we don't know where to go next. We were thinking of making our way to Altdorf, but I don't even know if the humans will be able to help us. And besides, why would they? What do we have to offer? We got nothing left. The bloody greenskins took it all.
Well, why don't you seek help from our brothers?
You not been round this way much before, have you, Slayer? The Grey Mountains, all the holds are closing. The undead have taken half of them, and the rest have withered away. Most of them have fled, left to go back to the last hold that it actually means anything. Caracas, the capital. More and more holds have been closing every year. Ours was one of the last ones here in these mountains. And now...
Can you reopen my character page for me for Runk? Because I can't remember where it was I'm from.
You're from Kraker Drak, I believe, which is up near Norska. So
but my people moved to a different place though, like in the Grey Mountains.
Let's have a look. Oh, your cousin.
Yeah.
You have to make a home in the Grey Mountains. Oh, yeah. Oh, actually, that makes a fair bit of sense. Yeah, okay, so this would have been the hold that you would have moved to, actually.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so you probably do know these guys, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, I wouldn't have known them, because like that, I just kind of pushed my refugees into this place and then left on my Slayer's journey. My cousin took control.
These were your cousin's people.
Right, okay. In that case, then I was like, wait, where did you say you were from?
Grunzint.
My god. There. That's my family's... Well, it's what's left of them. They came from Carrickdo up north, but they moved in...
Your family?
Must have been 10 years ago.
Who are you?
Yes. I am a Slayer now. That is all that matters.
But, well, you must have had a name.
My name is Runk Orkgut.
There's a little gasp as they look between each other.
Son of a murdered king. Husband of a murdered wife.
Husband of a murdered wife.
Father of a never-born child. And now I am a Slayer. That's all that's left of me.
Barvalea. Runk Orkgut. Your cousin used to lead us, but he was killed by the Greenskins.
Well, I never particularly liked him myself anyway. But he was a good man. A good dwarf.
But without his line, we don't know what to do. We don't know where we're supposed to go. What are dwarfs without a king?
Take me to your camp. I will recover and we'll work out what to do next. My mind is addled right now.
You look like...
I've been in the water for too long.
You look rough. I think you might need to get a few days of rest in you yet. Come with us. Come on, Ergy. Let's get him up. They start manhandling you towards the smell of the smoke.
Well, Jim, Vince, I appreciate it. I feel kind of like barely there. My like the amount of conversation I've just had has kind of taken a lot of energy out of me. So I'm kind of fading in and out of consciousness here.
As you're carried towards the familiar sound of clanging hammers and the sounds of dwarves in their camp, you pass away into another sleep. And meanwhile, back in Weisbrook, the crew of the Berabelli have just finished having a bit of an altercation.
Yeah.
One way of putting it.
I can't see anything on the screen. It's black.
Very
hang on.
quiet there, Kern.
Have a token.
Your mic's really quiet, man.
Is it? Hold on. It
Oh.
might be Discord. It might be
Fixed.
Chrome.
Are you able to see now?
Yep.
I'm not, though I don't know if I'm in this scene.
Yeah, I can see the bear belly.
You guys should all be able. Are you even signed? It doesn't say you're signed in, Ben.
Who me? No, I see it.
Ah,
I see it now.
strange.
I was talking.
Good.
You
You're
are
incredibly
super.
quiet.
You are super quiet, my dude.
Super quiet.
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
barely hear you.
Mm-hmm. It's like you're sitting away from your mic or something.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just rejoining now, so hopefully it'll say I'm
I
signed in.
think possibly when your internet dropped, it like kicked you out, and then you weren't connected properly.
Ah, that could have been it.
Well, I'm sitting off to the side. Still, that's where we left off. So I'm just sitting off to the side with Renette, kind of like playing with a knife and looking threatening. So I'm not engaged in any kind of conversation.
I'm assuming I'm lying half unconscious on a table.
You're currently lying on a table, I believe. Yeah. You're kind of barely with it.
Any better now?
No.
No.
What the fuck?
Are you
Yeah,
using the
you're
right mic?
real distant.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you?
Yeah, I am. Was I like this the start of the session?
No.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
No.
It's just happened.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just seconds. I think it...
Take your time.
Technical issues.
I think it's time for the sponsor here now, Romolo.
Oh, well, you know.
Time for an ad read. Total Wine, TotalWine.com. Get your wine right at home. If you're like if you're a barely functioning alcoholic like me, you know you need a drink just to get to going in the morning. Well, TotalWineandMore.com can help you with that.
Isn't
Have
it Total
wine,
Wine
beer.
2 now?
Yeah,
We're waiting
wine,
on Total
beer,
Wine 3.
spirits, whiskey, ale.
Total Wine Hammer 3.
You can even have mead delivered directly to you from TotalWineandMore.com. Enter the coupon Irwin to get a discount on TotalWineandMore.com.
You just need to get a large block order to get the discount.
Enter keyword Runk to get a free shipment of Rogue Dead Guy Ale on TotalWineandMore.com. You now sound like the twanging of a crossbow.
That is the sound I heard, yes.
Sound Siegfried heard before he slipped into unconscious.
Nope.
Nope, still nothing.
No? Shit.
Yeah, not any better. Yeah.
Do you have like a different mic or like?
Can you-
'cause I'm just
can you
using
go to-
the headphone.
Alright,
Go to your Discord settings and increase your output volume. Maybe.
I have it on max.
Ugh.
I don't. That's just happened then. But
Yeah, you were fine at the beginning, so.
Have you plugged and unplugged your headset from? User?
Don't know. Try using your phone, maybe.
That's what I do because my laptop was always being funny.
test.
Nope. Ironing shirts is boring.
Is that what you're doing now, is it?
Yes, all of them, all 18 shirts.
Fun. Suppose it's nice that you've got a couple days just to ease yourself into it before the kids arrive.
Any better?
Nope.
Nope.
Maybe slightly.
Yeah, maybe a smidge.
I'm gonna restart my PC then. Sorry.
All right.
Alright.
We'll wait.
No problem. We'll wait.
Just happened.
Well, seeing as we're waiting, how was the show yesterday then, Liam?
Yeah, it was good. It was. I honestly didn't really do much just because I was so fucking out of it because of the COVID jab. But it was a decent show. There wasn't too many members of the public, but it was all right. There was like a handful of. There was also the Normanus guys from Wrexham.
Yeah,
Like Rob Golding, he was a.
they've been meeting with the Viking group in Wrexham as well.
Yeah,
Just
I
part
met
of the
those
fight.
guys. Well, Kimrid Jarl or something like that. They were
I
there
have no
as well.
idea who they are.
Yeah, I met those as well.
Is your mum still with them?
Is there a worse kind of Viking than a Welsh Viking?
Indeed.
Is
Yeah,
your
the
mum still
Viking
knocking
from
around with them,
Ireland
Clayton?
No.
No.
No, she's living down in Shakespeare country now.
Oh shit, really?
Where's Shakespeare country?
What's it fucking called?
Stratford upon Avon.
Yeah.
Down south,
Yeah.
near London.
Well, that's where Shakespeare's from.
I
That's
have
what
no
I
idea where Shakespeare is from. I know who Shakespeare is. Give me a credit for that.
From the Black Country, yeah, as he says, Stratford
Yeah,
upon Avon.
yeah, he's from Birmingham.
Basically, yeah, it's not far off. Yeah.
Oh god.
Seems ironic, doesn't it? One of the greatest living poets of all time was a Brummie.
To be or not to be, Mr. Shelby.
Oh, that's awful. I'm gonna hate you now if every time I think of Shakespeare, it's gonna be that accent that I hear as well.
Can I compare thee to a summer rose?
The summer rose.
Romeo, where art thou, Romeo?
Oh, Romeo, me most minor breakdown. Can you fix it?
Lex, where are you even from? I can't place your accent.
I'm a man of, like, you know, million accents.
What? Sure. Where are
I'm
you
a
from?
wanderer. I'm a wanderer.
I'm from down south, Bedfordshire, actually. Halfway
Oh.
between London and Birmingham,
Disgusting.
really.
Is that like Milton Keynes territory?
Yeah, not far off. Probably the nearest
Yeah.
city to me.
Oh, I've been there. It was a shithole.
Yeah, my ex is from there. It's a shithole.
Yeah, I know her. Like, it's a very small place.
I know her.
To be
Come
fair,
on,
she was a
Kurt.
tattooed ginger girl who worked at a petrol station, so you probably do know her.
I
Come on,
don't know
Kurt.
really. Like, I mean, I have strong opinions on gingers. Are you ginger?
No, but
Yes.
I do have the habit of getting into relationships with them.
Well, you know, I don't
Yeah, like
think-
Ben.
Yeah, all this separation, no, you know, gingers stick to their own.
No, I have a strict height requirement for my gingers.
Didn't you date a dwarf for a bit? I think she was
Yeah,
a
my
ginger then.
No, she was ginger, but she was. My height requirement is that they're under 5'5".
Oh.
Come on, Kurt.
Well, we'll give it a second ad break.
I like the
You
fact
need
that
to-
we'd rather sit in silence than do an RP with Wittold. What's he up to? No,
Yeah, I was going to ask that before, but then I think I got distracted. I was going to say, like, what the fuck? What happened to Whittle? Like, is he somewhere?
Whittled will show up, but he's for later.
So he hasn't been captured or anything. Just give us that hint.
No,
Okay, that's fine then.
not yet.
As long as he's safe. That I did. Did you notice, by the way, that my first question upon being conscious is, have you seen a man? I must
It's
stand
not
by
not
Whittle.
where am I? Not who are you? Just have you seen a man?
Have you seen my Whittle?
Man's got priorities.
it's the
It's
summer
just you haven't made
romance.
a blood oath yet.
Will they? Won't they? Bareback Mountain. Gets
By the
cold
time
up
next-
in these mountains.
By the by the next time, like the party or Lorne, whoever meets up with Withold and Runk, you're gonna see fucking Withold standing there, bare-chested, orange hair, like fully learned how to be a slayer, even though he is the wrong race.
Run
The
and braided my hair.
The intense sounds of like bagpipes blare wherever he goes.
Ugh.
If
cool story, bro.
Oh yeah. If Whittle became a slayer, would it be just easier to swap him into the Highlander profession? Because that has protection from abuse and is a human allowed one.
Oh. Kent?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Oh
damn
my
it.
god, really?
Really?
You're still broken, dude.
Really? Yeah,
Just
really.
use your phone, mate. I think you're gonna have to use your phone.
No, because that's going to be an issue now for like everything. If it's. Fuck.
He's getting quieter as he talks.
How that is.
That's how I like my Scots. Silent. Know your place, colonial.
Colonial.
Tyrus isn't even here.
Maybe that's why he's so quiet. He's gone to find a job in the colonies.
Weird. Because that just happened.
Happening for the Discord.
Hey,
There's no chance that someone could have turned his volume right down because he's shutting up.
nephew, can you do like small man trapped in a box?
Help me, I'm trapped in a box.
I can't even hear him now. I've got him on 200%. I got you on 200%. I can't fucking hear you.
Yeah, I've got him on 200.
Yeah, he's on 200 for me too. In your Windows settings, do you have any booster on for your mic at all?
Yeah, that's a good one to check.
You know, the fans are watching, so if you are going to give tech advice, can you do it in the accent of your character, please?
Have you considered taking out your stolen mobile phone and using that instead? Because who pays for phones?
Certainly not Kern.
I get a 5-finger discount every time I go.
Yeah.
And it gives
Up.
you speech, and I'm like, no, I want to look at my mic. So it's, no, you want to
What?
speech recognition.
Speak up.
Speech
I,
recognition.
yeah, I really can't hear you.
Are you on Windows 10?
We can make this work. We'll just have to RP that he is always far away from the group.
Yeah, he's in the middle distance. Like,
It's like,
Walking
you know
12
that
yards
Monty Python scene where like the knight is like running towards the castle, and like it's like and he's like constantly shouting always from that distance, like no matter how much he runs at you.
What's Kurt doing this session? He's a lookout. Where? Far away.
he's just somewhere in the middle. He's like, his source bugged. And he's T-posed in the floor somewhere. Can't really.
Oh, I've gotten so fat over like both. Lockdown added
Can
weight,
you
and
be
then
RP
being at
quick?
home added more weight. And now I don't fit any of my damn shirts.
Oh god.
Tell you what, I sat down the other day and my pajama pants just ripped. I was like, damn.
My friend, I can one-up you. I had to spend £300 on new suits while I was back home because I ripped all 3 of my suit pants for work.
Jeez, all 3.
Yes, I had a full suit and then 2 just like suit pants for the waistcoat. I ripped all 3 of them over the last like 3 weeks of school at the very end, like all along like the crotch and stuff, just because I'd gotten fat and my thighs were too fucking big.
And for all 3, did you have to safety pin them?
No, I just went home.
Oh, okay, so it was only the first time that you had to do that.
Yes.
God damn.
Come on, Kern.
I don't know what's happening. Because this might be like the fucking death of this headset, and it's just new.
Well, okay.
Do you have
right.
another one?
Look. So, have you looked at the levels for your
Hold on,
microphone?
this better?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
A bit better.
Oh, guys, Windows had it down to 20,
Ah.
Right.
there
Well, then we
go.
fucking go.
so I've got it at 80.
Get that shit up. Get that
Just
up to 100.
Keep going. Even
Keep
higher,
going.
even higher.
Keep going. Keep
This
going.
better?
Keep
Yeah.
going.
Beautiful. We're getting there.
That's it.
Right. Okay. That'll do.
okay.
That'll do. That'll do.
You are good, my friend.
I can work.
Oh,
I can work with this.
oh, is it still shit?
No.
Nope, still good.
Good. Thank God it's Windows being key.
Usually is. Right. We can move on. So, the group has just finished having a bit of a violent altercation in the Berabelli. You have about 80 units worth of woolen cargo left in the hull of the Berabelli. No doubt bound for Altdorf at some point. You, Erwin, just had been speaking to the janitor at the Happy Man Inn, Otto, and had learned about the Red Barn.
Right.
I believe you're also interested in getting hold of your 10 gold crowns,
Yes,
which are owed to you. And Kernt is now in possession of 2/3 of the vessel, with the other third being owned by Renate? Question mark?
Renate, I think, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Renate.
It was important that we secure a majority share. Beyond that, I don't quite remember.
The main thing.
She folds her arms, looking irritated. I mean, look, at the end of all of this situation, you've just got the same thing you had before, which was a 2/3 share. At least it was between the elf and Siegfried. Now you've just transferred it to this man.
Yeah.
Yes, but you see, this man was my employer. That was all I cared about.
Thank you. You've done more than enough for me. I'd like to... is it Romolo? Romolo?
Romolo.
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 No, Romolo. You're all wrong.
Romolo. Romulus.
Okay, Rolo. Sorry.
Yeah, but by the way, Liam, that is my dad's real name. That's Roy's real name, is Romolo.
Okay.
Really? Holy
Yeah.
shit.
You've done enough. You've done enough today. I appreciate it. I turn around to everyone else, pace the room, rest my hands on the shoulders of the women, and I'm just like, you two have done more than enough. You recognise the situation, you understand, that's why you're keeping a shared boat. I still need you.
Okay, that's really creepy. Can you let go, please?
I walk past her after that. Stepping towards Antarius and Siegfried, looking down at Siegfried. And this man, stranger, that just joins us, more cutthroat than me to steal this prize from under me. And you, Antarius, I thought we were more than just... We were friends, weren't we? I saved your life twice now, I would care to say.
Antarius grumbles and explains something very logical.
Oh, yes, Antarius isn't here.
Antarius is definitely, he's taking part in the conversation 100%.
Well, I ignore that. Shit, here's my only hook. Well, Siegfried, I do hope you learn from this lesson. And if you show your value to us, you might be rewarded.
Yeah, and if he doesn't learn from the lesson, he'll learn from the lesion. It's a bleeding cut there.
Yes, good one, mage. Well,
Good one, mate.
for the rather hasty way we've carried out this situation, I'll explain in due time, but what is more concerning is the blood loss of Siegfried right now. It's starting to pool between the planks, so... These two gentlemen behind me, you've met them, El Cicero and Romolo, are acquaintance to the healer in this town, and I've promised them to help them find her, seeing as we now do need her.
That sounds like a good idea. Yes, why don't you all go and try to find her?
Why are you so eager?
I'm caring about the well-being and health of our good crewmate, and I want to see him restored.
No, you can help carry him.
What?
Well, we need... The poor woman's gone missing, so we need you to carry him to the inn. It's right next door, and maybe he can find someone to patch up something.
What? Oh, fuck.
I'm not going to have you sitting in the ship alone.
Why not? I can look after it.
What's to say you might not sail off?
I wouldn't do... I would never!
My
Oh,
friend,
good.
this is very
'Cause you-
clear. I've spoken to her, and she knows now that she is working for our customers, yes?
Okay, now it's your turn
Go
to go into
anywhere.
the toilet, is it?
What? Is mine not funny?
You went extremely quiet for a second there as well. You might want to do that one again. You've done it again.
She
Yeah,
knows-
I can't hear you.
What, really? Like, I'm just stood out in the
No, it's
garden.
fine.
He's better. I can hear him.
Well,
This woman knows that she is working for the Nacostas. She is not going to go anywhere.
of course.
There's no
of
problem
course.
at all.
Well, you can keep an eye on the ship, but remember my friends here know who you are.
Oh, that
I
would do.
promise, I'm
Let's
not
make
going to do anything untoward. In fact, I just don't want to carry him, okay?
Okay, you wouldn't have to carry him. Just make sure he doesn't die on the ship.
Okay, well, fine, I'll find some supplies.
Well,
That's the ticket. Keep a positive attitude.
so Ewan.
Yeah.
What do you know about? You know, you're a mage. Is this town healer? Is she known? She seems like she's quite well known.
Is she known, Liam?
Well, she is a renowned physician, but there's no reason why you, as a student of Ulgu, would really have any reason
Right.
to care about that.
Mages, I would say.
Not to my knowledge, but I mean, anything could happen. I'm no doctor, yeah.
Oh, well, maybe. You seemed like a well-known man. More of a compliment than anything. Anyway, so I look to the Spaniards.
The Spaniels.
I look to the Italians. Is it? Whatever.
Well, one's Spanish and one's Italian.
Oh God. Well, lads. Who would you think this would be? You were talking about some. Was it a barn?
Well, we need to go and search for her. We checked her house. We found a little bit of information. But we need to track her down and find her and restore her to a proper place. Especially if we're going to look after your... I just give a wary eye to the bleeding man on the floor. Give help to him. I can probably try and help him a little bit. I have some skills in the art of healing, but only enough to keep him stable.
Well, that's all we need for now until we find your friend. So, this barn, did you get any more information on this? That's the last thing I heard. You know,
No, but I'm sure we can
I
track
was
it
quite
down.
busy at the time, if you remember.
Yes. Right, I'm just going to pick up Siegfried and try and avoid jostling the crossbow belt and carry him over to a hammock or a bed or whatever's available.
Okay. Erwin, are you going to share the info that you found about the Red Barn?
Already did that last session.
Oh, did you? Okay. So then you're asking these questions for no reason. You guys know where it is.
Yeah.
Can you remind us of that?
Yeah. When
I
I
apologise, I was
remind
I was
myself of
evacuating my bowels at the time you were sharing.
It's
Red
true,
Barn.
actually.
Yeah, it would appear. Where the hell was it? I got a whole. Hang on, I wrote the directions down. 1 second.
Yeah, I've successfully healed Liam.
Oh, good. Well, in that case, yeah, he can recover your success level in wounds.
Is that from 1 or from 0?
It's 4.
Oh, I
Yeah,
meant,
so you have...
was I
you
at
have 4.
warning
Number
at the
one.
start of the session? Or
That's number one.
That's number one.
Fuck.
Oh god damn it! Where did I write this down? Can
Okay.
we get the directions
Okay.
again, Liam?
Okay. He knows where to go. He tells you
Nice.
where to go.
Yeah.
You need to go out from the northern passage out of Weisbrook, head into the forest, and take a left along the boar trail.
Yeah, we take a left around the boar trail. Remembering. It's been a bit since we did a session. I just need to
A
remember.
clever man remembers instructions he got 20 minutes ago. So the hour.
This red barn is where women are being taken. We owe you,
Well,
so quid pro quo.
Well, women are being taken.
People.
People.
Yeah.
So this is a spree of crime, you say?
Human trafficking. Yeah, spree. The whole issue.
Your sister might know some about the latter then.
Yes, she may. If she were... Where did she run to? Scheiße. Yeah, she would be a good person to ask, wouldn't she?
Your sister is still on the boat with Joseph.
I thought she ran off.
No, she's on the boat with Joseph.
Well,
Huh.
seems like
Shit, we can go grill her if we want to, but...
well, I didn't see the bear belly
And
here, so I
the
don't
Barabelli
think
is making its way to Altdorf.
Oh, right, she's still on the bare belly.
Yeah, that's
Shit.
well, yeah, I hope to have bumped into them here. I thought they would just stop by. Nonetheless, then, I guess we follow this blood trail.
Yeah, that seems like it's a course to me. After all, we owe these very dangerous men a favor, and I think they were quite invested in the Red Barn. Yeah?
See,
Yeah,
that could be cool.
Allowed to say, yeah, no, I lean into Erwin, I just go, don't worry, we wouldn't have to owe them much then.
Yeah, that's the plan. Just let him take the lead, huh?
So,
Yeah.
Kern, you can have 50 XP for a great speech. That was really funny.
Very good.
And the rest of the group, well, Siegfried has managed to recover 4 wounds. Does he want to try and go with them, or is he going to stay and try to recuperate and take a long rest?
I think he's going to try and recover more from the arrow that has only recently been from
Okay.
Est, I think.
Alright, then you can take a long rest in advance, but you are doing it over the course of the next few things.
Okay.
The rest of you make your way off of the Barabelli, leaving it and Siegfried in Renette's hands. As you make your way northeast towards the gate that leads out from the Weissbrook Canal. The weather is quite cold. It's starting to grow a bit darker. There are a lot of lights on inside buildings, lamps and candles burning near windows. Most of the shops are starting to close up, and things are generally getting a bit quieter in the town. As you make your way up towards the gate, you find it closed, and there are 2 watchmen up in the towers who lean over, squinting out of their tower, squinting down at you with their lanterns held up high. Hi! Where do you think you're going this time of night?
Why we just simply going for dinner? Yes. See?
Dinner?
Yes, it is the meal that comes after lunch.
Well, oh yeah, but why are you wanting to go? We're not meant to let people out after dark.
Or how are we going to eat?
We go to a fucking restaurant.
We prefer to catch our food
Yeah.
ourselves.
Where's good to eat?
The Black Gold Inn. That's where I go.
Yeah? What's the best thing to order?
Fucking run.
Get yourself good honey glazed gammon. Gammon steak and
Honey-glazed gammon.
maybe some eggs too. Yeah.
Eggs,
I'm
poached, boiled?
I'm just gonna start walking past these people at this garden, this conversation. I'm just gonna walk
Yeah, I mean,
wherever I go.
I'm quite inclined to say that it's a pretty good establishment, you know. Just because like I've been going there for about 3 years now, and every time there's a missus in there that I'm a bit fond of, and she always serves you some really hearty portions now.
Alright,
I'm
what's your
gonna-
name?
Her name's Erica. Oh, she's a lovely lass. She is. She doesn't really talk to me too much, but I know she likes me.
How's it you know?
Well, I just know. You just know these things, don't you?
Well, my friend, you happen. The reason why we're wanting to go out late is we're hunting at night for boar. You see, I myself is a connoisseur myself, and we will be going to the local inns around. And once
By
I'm there,
this
maybe I'll
point-
have a word with this woman.
By this point, Ruiz and Romulo have just walked through the gate.
Okay, good.
It's still Kern and Erwin talking to the guard.
Just rambling on, and as I follow on, and
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk as we talk. Like,
So you some sort of like pub inspector.
no, not really. We toured from tavern to tavern, and we showed the chefs a more foreign approach to preparing meals.
You don't look or sound foreign.
well,
You sound like you're from Altdorf.
Of course I'm a local. How else would I get the reputation? You think I'm fucking Italian?
It's-
Bloody get the reputation of a Reichelander.
We are Reichlanders, but our associates have a very unique way of preparing sausage. It's very Italian way.
What? So are they like chefs or something?
Chefs. Oh, that's so small. It's such a wrong word.
A broad term,
Yes.
chef. Yeah. More
artists.
of the artists.
Yeah.
Oi,
Artist of
Gerard!
sausage.
Gerard, where'd they go? There's two of them missing. Wait a minute. Where the fuck?
book it.
Where the fuck did those two Italians go?
Erwin books it.
Hey! Can you make a? Can you both make an easy athletics test, please?
Sure.
Oh, Jesus.
I love how you both barely succeed. as you both leg it out of the gate, this large, kind of overweight watchman decides to give chase for all of about 45 seconds before he decides it's not really worth it and he just lets you go. Fucking stay away from the Black Gold Inn, you fuck! Don't ruin the honey glazed town
What was the woman's name?
with your
What was the
foreign
woman's-
shit.
Erica was her name.
I'm going to soil Erica. They're laughing to the dogs.
Hell yeah.
Eventually, you find yourself surrounded by darkness. I assume that the two Southerners would have started running to catch up with you both.
Yeah, I waited as soon as they caught up.
So after you've put some distance between yourselves and the gate, you're out in the farmlands now. You're surrounded by fields of corn and wheat. There are a few farmhouses dotted about here and there, and you're still on the main road. You think it's probably still a little bit further to go to get to the Boar Trail, probably about a 20-minute walk.
Cold, eh?
Yeah, a bit chilly.
So,
Do any of you, pertinently, do any of you have a light?
no, but I do check if my mask works.
Your mask
Yes,
does
we,
work. Yes, it does.
Good.
We looted candles and torches in that house that got broken into.
Oh, we did, yeah.
You looted some candles, I believe. Yeah.
I liked a candle.
Okay.
I
Oh,
just don't
that's
tell
really
anyone.
amazing.
I just wear the mask.
Okay, fair enough. So, as the pair of you strike up a little bit of flint and tinder to get these candles lit, looking to your left, you see Kern put on a very weird-looking gold mask with like googly dragon eyes, and then he starts like mouth breathing loudly into the mask.
It is
It's the-
interesting
it's
fashion you have.
My breath against the mask. It's immersion.
Ah, yes. I feel very immersed in your breath.
I'm just going to try and stay as close to the candle as possible, and then keep looking along the road for wherever we're going.
So, you do night hunting very often?
I do most of my hunting at night.
I do. I also hunt at night, but for a very different way, yes?
I wouldn't
Indeed.
say that around people, mate.
That is the general prey we're hunting, yes, people.
Ah,
Oh,
of
maybe
course,
it is
of
like-
course. So, who's this woman? Who's your sister, your cousin?
She is not technically related to me, but she
Victim,
works for
yeah.
the family I work for.
So the relation, yeah.
Sure.
Usually people that work in families use the term broadly.
So, when we find her, what are we doing with her?
We return her to her shop. It is simple. There is no ulterior motive here.
They mean
Ah.
well for her. I think someone's meddling in some affairs of theirs and she's been caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, that makes sense. You two should take the lead on this because our track records with Recovery is good, and survival is bad.
Back, sorry. Does that to run for a pass?
Oh,
Erwin, Erwin and Kent, you can both have 25 XP for that funny little dialogue that you did.
Okay.
As you're walking along the trail, you're not far away from the Boar's Trail now. You can actually see the signpost up ahead that was your landmark to go and find it. Just as you're about to reach it, both Ruiz and Romolo's candles are blown out simultaneously by nothing. There is no wind, it's very quiet, and then suddenly the candles are just gone.
Okay. Does that trigger my spooky senses at all?
Yes, the winds of Ulgu are blowing around you.
That's all too
What
familiar.
are you doing, Mage?
It's not what I'm doing, it's what someone else is doing.
No one else can see anything, but Erwin can see a circle of black, inky smoke starting to spiral around you.
Be it arms, shadow is here.
Is it nearby or far?
There's magic at work. Sorcery,
Nearby or far?
close.
I pull out my crossbow and my knife.
Let's not be too hasty.
As
But
you-
do you think this is something you could handle, or?
Possibly. It's in my wind. It's in my wheelhouse.
I've known a lot about Windowing, but I said, do you can get the end of this?
Yeah, just be ready in case things go the way they usually do with Akro.
Well,
And-
okay.
It's at that moment that, carried on the wind, as if it was just a simple gust, there is a voice that billows in, and Erwin, you can see it coming as like glowing inside the inky black smoke. It's a way of transmitting a voice, a sound from a distant place to come and move to another, and you hear the rasping wheeze of the voice of a man whose lungs are starting to give out. Erwin, you
Oh.
are expected in Altdorf soon. And then the smoke begins to fade.
Alright. Eyes wide as dinner plates and shaking. Erwin is kind of like steadying himself real quick. Nothing to be concerned about tonight. We'll have to talk about this. I need to... It was a message from me. We need to go to Altdorf soon. I do.
Right. Okay. What exactly happened? You just stood there and you just kind of freaked out for a minute.
A message was sent via sorceress ways, meant for me. Not pertinent to our work tonight.
All right, then keep your secrets.
Just wanted to say that. God damn it. I will be right back. Work thing.
Yeah, well, in that case then, in the brief moment, what did we do with Lorne's horse? Were we
so-
selling that? Were we eating it?
Lorne's horse is still on the Bearer Belly, I think.
Yeah, so I mean, because like, it seems like we left a lot of things in the Bearer
So
Belly.
Galadriel was being sent back to the Elven Embassy. And Clanfrey, I suppose Joseph would just sell it and then send you guys the proceeds.
No, sweet. Okay. Alright, that's fine. I just wasn't sure if we had a horse available and we could have like brought the horse with us, but
Could any of us ride it?
Yeah, Clanfrey wouldn't
Probably
let
not.
any of you ride it anyway. So is Erwin AFK?
yeah, for a minute or
Okay,
two.
all right.
Well,
Give him
perhaps
a
we
sec.
shall continue on that journey.
Yeah, sure. You
Yeah,
guys
I'll
carry
be
on
pushing
walking
Bernard.
while he has a moment to himself. You carry on down this little boar trail, and you're coming out into like a forested area now, moving away from the farmlands. You're going into there's a shrouded canopy overhead, and the wind blows through the leaves, And they're all starting to fall now as it's coming towards the end of autumn. And obviously the weather's getting colder, and the leaves are crunching underfoot as you walk along this boar trail. And you've managed to get the candles lit again, and they're pretty much the only light that you have now. And as you carry on down, there is a loud voice that calls out from further down the end of the trail. You just hear a shout from what sounds like a local yokel as he just yells, "Get off my land!"
Damn
I'm
peasants.
Well, do
I'm
not be
going to put away
afraid.
my crossbow and knife and take my staff sling out.
Do not be afraid. We are people. We are men of the people.
You trespassing!
And they need,
Sassador, don't worry. They'll probably take more offence to your accent than anything like that.
No. No, you do not understand. I am El Susador. I am the people. This is one of my people. Do not insult him. Do not hurt him. He is the salt of the earth farmer. Are you not, friend?
Look, they're like insects. These folk. They're more scared of you than you are them. They might do something irrational.
Get off my land! I've got a rifle!
Right. Just keep that crossbow ready,
immediately
in case
my,
he shoots me.
I'm about to say, immediately my ears prick up. A rifle, he says.
We can. Let's go take that rifle off him. But
I agree.
Let's go take the rifle off.
I'm
gonna
gonna pull out my
towards
staff
the
sling and start getting
Yeah,
ready
I'm
to
just
fat
gonna-
throw it at him as soon as I see
can
him.
I see this
I
guy
wanna-
upstairs? Or do we just hear him?
You can't see him yet. You can hear him. He's coming from further down the boar trail.
Okay, I'm gonna
Uh,
walk towards him with my arms out empty, and I'm just going to.
Yeah, I'm gonna creep into a bush on the
Yeah.
side and load a stone into my staff sling.
We're just travelers, walking.
Okay,
through-
hold on.
perhaps
Hold on. Let me. We need some tests here. So, who is going? Who's going dark?
I'm going dark.
All right. Can you make for me a average stealth test, please?
No. I
Tango
can make.
6 going dark.
Stealth, did you say? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I was going to say it's a basic skill. You should be able to do it even if you're shit at it.
It's not. It's an advanced skill.
Is it an advanced skill?
Yeah.
Really?
Did you say average or what? You say? Sorry.
Average, please. Yeah.
Come on, baby.
If you
Damn
can't do a stealth test, you can make a challenging agility test.
Well, I'm going to use a fortune point to re-roll. I really want that goddamn rifle. It didn't help at all. So
Okay,
yeah,
so
I failed worse.
That's your result. Anyone else?
No, I'm just being at the front of the party.
All right. So, Romolo heads into the bushes. He goes through into the shrubbery and then lets out a loud yelp as his foot is caught in a snare and he's yanked up into the tree.
Uh-oh.
And is now dangling upside down from his ankle.
Just carry on, gents. I'll get myself out of this.
Is that your response? You just sigh.
Yeah.
Do I see this from where I am?
Yeah, sure.
I'm an
you can see
urban
it.
boy.
Oh,
I'm an urban boy.
I'm just gonna crack up.
I'm just gonna start I'm gonna grab the rope and then start cutting it with the knife around my ankle, so I could be here for a minute or two. So you boys just carry on with your shit.
Wait, does that? Even though this might not be any of current's business, but that trap seemed awfully large and specific for a person rather than an animal. Do I pick up on anything weird about it, or is it just?
That's a good point.
Well, I mean, this dude clearly doesn't like trespassers.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of weird for. I guess I'm saying this out as you're cutting yourself. It's kind of odd for him to set such a large trap here.
You can make an outdoor survival test.
I could try.
Average.
Do it even. Is outdoor survival? There it is.
Looking at the size of the trap and the way that it's been set up and the knotting of the, of the rope, you think this trap is specifically designed for humans. This is not an animal trap. This was set here to keep out intruders.
Can I just keep walking towards where the guy is?
Mm-hmm.
Seems rather unlawful. Maybe we could scare this peasant.
I
This
just-
is his.
So by this point, Ruiz has walked his way further forward, still holding out his. Are you dropping the candle or are you keeping it?
Yeah, keep the candle. I'm just going to talk calmly to the guy.
Alright, so you present
no.
yourself, and you can see in front of you the red barn. There is a small glow from the upper window of the barn, and you can see the very faint silhouette of a man that is just barely lit enough by the light from the lamp inside the room, and presumably he can only see you or hear you because of your candle.
Ah, greetings, Migo.
I say, get off that fuck! He's not buying it.
Oh, there's nothing to sell, yes?
Fuck! If I can scramble.
Okay.
You see the man run, and you see the front doors of the barn slam.
Lads, that's a cue for us to run towards the barn now.
Yeah, I'm just going to drop.
And we're shilling.
I'm going to drop the candle. I just want to make the nearest bit of noise I can, see if I can tackle something.
I'd kind of go around, see if there's a back door.
Okay, anyone who is trying to make a sprint for the barn, make a difficult athletics test to see if you get there in time before they manage to get the door shut. Not a fucking chance. Oh! Why is Erwin like some fucking Usain
Double
Bolt?
jointed leg.
Oh my god, yeah,
Oh,
you're just hoofing it, literally.
Hell yeah.
A good mutation.
Erwin just gets on his fucking Beastman leg and starts fucking hoofing it straight the way over there. He's there quick as a flash.
His right foot flips around so that he can land. He's like landing running every time. Boom, 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 boom.
Hang on, where is it? Let me just quickly take Antarius out of there. Oh, I can see why Kurt's not doing so well in his roles. You're fatigued.
Hmm?
Yeah,
Am I
you're
still?
you are. You're a fatigued boy.
How am I fatigued still? I've not got the. Oh, I must not have removed it then when I done the full thingy.
When you did the rest. Well, we can take it off then. Hang on.
Because I
There we
don't
go.
have the flux now, do I?
No, you don't have the flux anymore.
Yeah, right, I should be spick and span. Finally, after the full first.
You're still a bit
chapter.
injured though.
Yeah. So.
After the first entire chapter of having the flux, yeah. Right. Okay, so you guys should be able to see this scene now.
Oh, look at that cat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a big cat. Do we see
It's a
that?
big fucking cat.
Big old cat. So Erwin, hoofing it ahead of everybody else, has managed to catch up with this ne'er-do-well who is pretending to be a local angry fucking farmer dude. In a minute.
Oh.
I still have awful initiative.
I'm no bad.
Yeah.
And indeed, as he is trying to get the door shut, Erwin comes barreling into him. And he yells in surprise as you bear down on him. You already have one advantage from your surprising of him.
Let's tackle him, man. And it seems like the right move, right?
Alright. So, you want to target him and make a brawling test? So that'll be unarmed.
Do I need to do a test to free myself at all?
You
then,
will,
by the way,
yeah.
or can I
You
just-
will on your turn.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Why I not target him?
Double right click him.
There we go. Brawling test?
Yeah. Under weapons, it'll be called unarmed.
Okay, there we go. I'm not seeing it actually. Am I just dumb?
Hang on. Let me just give it a go for you here. Unarmed. Seems to have worked for me. Do you want to use a fortune point to re-roll that, or do you want to take that result?
Yeah, let's try it. Let's use a point.
Alright.
Is it possible for me to be able to see this fight?
Yes. Possibly. I think if
I see unarmed now. I see it right there.
If I just put Siegfried over here in the corner, you should be able to see now?
I can see what Siegfried would see, so I'll just move him around a bit. Very much.
Like so? Are you able to see?
Yeah, I'm able to see.
Alright. Alright, yeah, just keep yourself to the side then. Okay, so if you want to re-roll that, then you right-click the result and then use fortune point.
Yep.
Why did that not change anything? That's weird.
It didn't do anything. Oh, there we go.
There. That.
Cool.
I'll just refund you the second fortune point.
Okay.
I don't know why it didn't work. 36. That's pretty good. Let's see how this guy does in response.
Cool.
Damn.
That's not right. That's actually
Yeah, that doesn't
inaccurate.
seem correct.
Yeah, hang on. Let me just fiddle with this so that it does it correctly. I'll just relaunch the test and then modify the result. You had a better result than him. It's just,
I had a better result, and I had a
it glitched out.
Advantage.
Yeah, I think it was basing off your -1 because it said +4.
Yeah, that's what it was. So I had the +4, and he had.
Okay, I'll take that. That's funny.
Okay, cool.
All right. So he fumbles amusingly. So he also suffers a torn muscle from this.
Just his fucking ankle. Oh no! Wrenching him down like a football tackle. It's American football for all.
You slam this guy down. He slams into the door, yelling in alarm as his foot catches on it awkwardly and crunches uncomfortably. And then he collapses to the ground with a thrashing wizard on top of him.
Gotcha! Gentlemen, catch up quickly, eh?
Fuck! Fuck! What? Fuck! Guys, help!
I guess Ken goes next, yeah.
Put my little knife to his throat. Screaming is inadvised at this time.
Okay, it's not going. I'll run over there.
Ken,
What?
it's your go.
Yeah, good. Awesome. Well,
You can make a perception test to have a look at the barn.
yeah, I was going to see if it looks like if there's another way.
Well, there is. You can see that without a perception test. There are other entrances to the side, although whether or not they're locked, you don't know. There are doors though.
Okay, I guess.
In fact, sorry, they're not doors. They're like stable doors.
Oh, they're like stable doors.
Yeah,
Okay.
like for animals.
I guess I'm just gonna check them, or go to which one would seem.
You could probably vault one.
Yeah, Ken, lead the charge.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna. Oh wait, no, because if he has a rifle, they might have gun and I get blasted. So I'll jump through the window. Yeah, I'm just gonna.
So
I'm
you
gonna
can.
check.
I guess your two options here are you can sneak up, you can rush in, or you can go and help Erwin with the dude that he's got pinned down.
He'll be fine. I'll check the side.
All right.
How far can I go?
You should be able to reach over there with no problem. Your movement is
16 or
16 yards, so that's 10 yards. Yeah, you're fine. You can get down there. You can
Yeah,
get
I'll
all the way up to there with no
I'll
problem.
move to that one. Oh shit.
Alright.
I'm still on the floor. How'd I move? Was it that one?
Just was.
Oh, you've got to
Oh,
like unselect the ruler.
Got it. Yeah.
You should be able to see inside.
Yeah.
So that's the angle that you can see. You can poke your head in if you want.
I'll definitely tilt over like the double door horse barn thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll like with the lower one, I'll go open and keep my head in.
Okay, peeking inside, you see to your right, you can see someone up against the door. Sorry. There's someone on the other side of the cart, facing the door, and it looks like they're scrambling to get a weapon ready. And up to the left, you can see a gagged woman struggling with 2 other people that are wrestling with them.
Okay. Can I? I'm gonna try and shoot the one scrambling for a weapon with my crossbow.
To get a good angle, you have to step inside.
Okay, I'll have to. Alright, then I'll just fucking breach and clear my corners.
Alright. In which case, I'll just...
The man near the door scrambling, I'll aim for.
The classic breach and clear with a one-shot weapon.
This is
So-
we're now playing Reichland 6.
So, yeah, you can see there's like an elevated section up at the back of the barn where all the hay bales are. You can see there's someone struggling with a woman over there, and then on the other side of you, there is another woman who is trying to get ready with a weapon.
Okay, so target acquired.
See, are you shooting the guy up over here? Down
No,
at the
the woman-
bottom? Oh, you're shooting the woman next to you. Okay.
Oh wait, you changed the rules so it's less damage.
It depends on the weapon you're using.
Do
If you're using a crossbow, crossbows are generally good at medium range. So they are. It would be effective on either target, really, at this kind of range. It's like you wouldn't want to use it like right in their face, but at this range you can't. You kind of alright.
Alright, cool. Well, I'm going for it anyway. Oh wait, was that a reload?
Yeah. Hang on.
Did
If
I
I
not
just
reload?
if I just reset it.
Please
Right.
forget that.
I've ticked it to loaded. All right. Your weapon's loaded now, so do it again.
That was it, if it should be.
That is a miss. That is a bad miss as your crossbow goes wide and thunks into the cart next to her, causing her to turn around in alarm. Oh fuck! How did you get in here?
I just say nothing but I hiss.
You hiss with your. Oh yeah, you're wearing a stupid mask. I forgot. God, that must look ridiculous. Okay.
Intimidation, go on.
Alright, fuck it, go on then. Make a difficult intimidate test.
Ah, yes. Which I suppose.
You got like no chance of success.
What is it? What do you say? Difficult?
Difficult intimidate. No. She's like, what the fuck are you doing? She just readies her weapon and starts to come at you. Meanwhile, Ruiz, still at the back, could either help Romulo get down or, I guess, rush forward.
Do not worry, Signora. El Susador is here.
Yeah.
I look in this one?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I got 16, so it's gonna help that bitch.
Oh fuck!
Oh,
There's more of you.
I have an excellent angle now where all I can see is one really thin blade of light that goes all the way to the back of the shed.
You never breach alone. Okay. Signora, I believe you are an enemy here, yes?
Get the
I
fuck
must
out of the bar! Who the
rescue-
fuck are you?
Me? I am El Sostador. I must request you put down your weapons and surrender.
You're about to be El Susa fucked.
Do not draw swords against me, you will regret it.
Oh, I actually need to add it to the combat list. There we go. Alright, yeah, so it's still your, if you want to take an action, if you want to try and attack her, you can do it. Otherwise, you can, like, prepare yourself to defend and get a bonus to that.
No, what I am going to do is... But, I must point out, it is not actually an attack, it is a feint. If I win, I get to add the success level to my next attack.
You've trained how to make false attacks. You may make a feint for your action. This is resolved when opposed melee test. If you win and you attack the same opponent before the end of the next round, you may add the SL of your feint to your attack roll. Okay, wow, that's interesting. Alright.
El Susador. It might be worthwhile trying to roll it from your talent section instead of as a weapon test, as it might have automatically.
Yeah, it might automatically do it if you do it that way, to be fair. So if you target her and then you go to talents... Oh no, it'll just come out like that. Oh, okay.
No, I mean up here on the top left. So where you've got your name, where you would normally click weapons, then do your attack. There's
Yeah, no,
talents
that's
further
what it
along.
does. That's what it
Oh, it
causes.
just pops up.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah,
I
shit,
guess
okay.
that unless there is like... No, there's nothing you can tick to make it a feint.
No. Oh,
That's a shame. I'd hoped it would be a rollable talent.
yeah, just
Oh,
remember what you
actually,
do
I've
then.
just... Okay, that's interesting. I've just realised the little bonuses thing that comes up when you click weapon test, you can select those and it'll automatically add the success bonus for them.
Oh.
I pointed that out a while ago.
Oh, well, sorry. I didn't know.
Alright, so is that the way I'm going to have to do it?
Yeah, so you'll just have to like manually edit your tests yourself, I suppose.
So when it's bonus, I'll just put +4 in there on my next attack.
Penalty for defending against a fast weapon. Okay. Oh my lord. So that's a 10 SL bonus to your next attack.
Yes.
My lord. Okay. So this dude back here. He turns, shocked, seeing Kernt and Ruiz come into the room, and then he pulls out his knife and he puts it to Elvira's throat as she struggles in his grasp. He says, "Oi, right, fucking stop, or I'll cut her throat. I'll cut her throat."
If you do that, you just die.
Put down your fucking weapons.
Look, friend, pass her over, and we'll let you live. Well, I'll let you live.
Nah, mate, that's not how this works.
How will it work?
He starts to edge backwards, holding the knife to her throat threateningly. I'll do it!
And then what? Then you'll just have to deal with us either way, and there's 5 of us, not to mention the 3 outside.
While you're talking, the turns will continue, as he's spending his turn just, like, trying to threaten you. Romolo, it is your go.
Oh, thank God. Can I please get free of this goddamn rope?
Sure. Do you want to tell me what type of test you think you could do for this?
Well, I don't know if it would be weapon skill, because I'm trying to cut it off. I don't know if it would just be a strength test. Like,
I would take a challenging... an average outdoor survival test, or a challenging anything else you want to convince me of.
okay, average outdoor. I'm not very good at that. I mean, I'm using a weapon. I'm using my dagger to cut the rope, and I'm holding onto ropes, and I can drop afterwards, so I'm not going to fall on my head. So I'd argue that
What happened to him?
He just went into the...
He's into the void.
Into the void.
Sorry.
Yeah, he fell into a
I
graham
don't-
cracker box.
Right, I'd argue that this is my action for the round, and I am using my dagger to cut the rope.
Okay then, make me a challenging weapon test. For all the good it did you.
Right, I am re-rolling again.
Okay. Alright,
Oh, God.
I'll take it. You managed to cut yourself free, and holding onto the rope, you swing down without hurting yourself and taking any wounds. You managed to get down on your feet. You have half your movement.
I used my action. Do I not get all my movement? Like, surely I can't lose all my movement and my action.
We had to use your action in order to get yourself free, and then because... okay, yeah, sure. Alright, have your full action.
That's what I mean, like, I've sacrificed my action. But I'm just going to go running up to where this geezer's fucking around with Erwin.
Okay.
I'm going to stand there, so I'm covered by one of the doors.
Okay.
And that's my turn done.
This dude, meanwhile, is thrashing and trying to free himself from Erwin, who is soon pulling a knife on him. He is going to try and buck Erwin off as best as he's able to in his disabled condition.
Yeah, okay.
It's test against him, but it's not looking very good for him.
It's an unarmed test.
Yeah. Gain another advantage as he wriggles and twists like an eel underneath you, and you just pin him by the neck with your forearm down into the dirt.
Sucker. Let's not struggle so much.
Squirming. This woman, meanwhile, is going to take a swing at Ruiz. I'll fucking teach you to come into my barn!
A sentence I never thought I'd hear.
She sounds a stallion, by the way.
I figured.
Really?
She might not sound a stallion, but she is a stallion.
Oh, okay. Thought she sounded like she's from Austria, but I forget. How do I do the opposed test?
So
it's dodge, isn't it?
double
Or-
right click her and then make a test. Wow, that didn't go well for you. Do you want to try again?
Yes, I think I shall. Luis Miguel Juan de la Campos Santos is most fortunate yet.
So who has the better weapon skill test? You do. Okay, so you managed to successfully parry the attack.
It's far too obvious, Signora.
Don't
Now you
forget
find
to
them out.
gain your advantage as well.
Yes, yes,
Just
yes.
those even more significant levels.
As you deftly parry her strikes. This
I
guy
fear
has...
the end for you is coming very soon.
Erwin, outside, you've still got this guy pinned. You have an option now. You can either start twisting his limbs and causing him damage, or you can just keep him even more pinned into the ground. You got this guy pretty well subdued at this point.
You know... I could drain him too, yeah?
You could, yeah.
Let's do that. I don't even think that takes like a... That's petty, so does that even take a channel or anything like that? I don't think it does.
No.
CN 0, yeah.
It does take a channel, you just need to pass it, though. Oh, sorry,
No, he just casts it straight up.
No, it's a petty. It's just
a petty, you don't need to channel.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm just gonna drain it with my bare hand. Fuck the knife. This is going to sting, but I don't care.
Wait, what the fuck are you doing?
Shh. Making my job easier.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Okay, so you need to choose one of those three options.
Probably critical wound. That's the thing that's going to be the most useful here.
Alright, so you're going to cause a critical wound. I guess you suck the
anyway.
life out of his fucking knee.
Oh no.
You drain his fucking kneecap of, like, everything that it's got.
Ugh.
Nasty. You apply the damage there. You recover a wound from draining him. And there is also a minor miscast.
Don't think that applies to petty magic.
Does it not?
I don't think so.
I'll quickly check. Petty magic miscasts. 4th edition. Petty spells do not use ingredients.
That means you can't use an ingredient to remove one of the miscasts.
There we go, I was waiting for a walking rulebook to tell us.
What was that, sorry?
Can they miscast? That's interesting.
So, if you've got ingredients that you're using, you use them before you cast a spell, and it prevents a potential miscast. Regardless of whether or not you miscast or not, it's used up.
Oh, okay.
However, if you don't have the ingredient, obviously you can't prevent the miscast.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
That's interesting, okay.
Well, there you go. I guess Petty Magic can miscast in 4th edition.
Okay, well I guess I'll roll on the miscast table.
Because I assume you don't want to take that one.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just glow.
Okay, well that's pretty convenient, you know. Like, alright, so you drain him straight out of his fucking kneecap, and like, you suck bioluminescence out of him, and then suddenly you start glowing like a fish. Like one of those deep water fishes, and like now you're like bioluminescent.
Oh my Sigma!
What the fuck? What did you do to my knee?
What I'm gonna do to your neck if you don't shut up?
No!
I'm gonna cup my hand over his mouth, my bioluminescent hand, maybe stick my bioluminescent fingers in there.
He's got some big hand-shaped fucking glow stick covering his map.
Which character's next to me?
Romolo.
Me. Yeah.
Ramono, look! And stick my glowing fingers in his mouth and like glow him through his cheek.
You're a
Weird,
strange
right?
man, Mage.
Yeah, but entertaining, yeah?
Meanwhile,
It reminds
Kern,
me of my nightlights when I was a child.
you're still trying to talk this guy, try to persuade this dude, who has now backed up to the edge of the barn with his knife to Elvira's throat. By this point,
Sorry.
yeah?
Sorry, Rain was a touch spell, wasn't it?
Yep.
That also requires an opposed melee brawling test to actually hit the guy.
It's fine. He was -2 advantage and he had 2 entangle conditions. I don't care. He can succeed. Technically, he can consider himself helpless, and then he doesn't test against it. He just goes. It just goes unopposed. So, you. It is your turn. You can attempt to reload your crossbow. As we've said in the house rules, if you do a skilled reload, you can shoot it in the same turn.
Okay.
Or you can just try and rush him. Or you can try and talk him down if you want.
Well, I'm not a greater shot to like weave the bullet between them, so you know.
Yeah,
So,
there is definitely a risk of hitting Elvira if
a
you
high
try to
risk.
shoot him.
No one can. So he would lower his crossbow. And he'll start slowly approaching down the middle of the barn. Oh,
Okay.
the target myself, damn it.
Right, I'll move you. Like, don't move yourself.
Okay.
Alright,
Uh,
so you start walking down, and do you say anything?
Listen, friend, person, acquaintance, maybe future. If you behave yourself, you're stuck here. You're not gonna go anywhere if you kill her. But if you just let her go and run, we'll forget about you.
Can you make for me a difficult charm test, please?
Those charm tests that we're so good at.
Up to you if you want to re-roll that or take it.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna re-roll it.
Alright, make an attempt.
What am I re-rolling with though? Again, I can't remember what he used.
Do you have any fortune points left?
No, I don't.
You
I
don't?
used
Oh
them.
yeah, because you're like kind of low on. Well, actually, no, you got like 3 fate. You have you used any fortune points today?
Oh,
think
I
you-
didn't bring any back, did I?
No, you didn't bring any back, so you should be on 3. Yeah, so
Okay,
there you go.
well, then I use a point. I'll use a fortune point.
Go for it.
Right, take that point off. Do my charm again.
No. If you right-click the charm test, you can it just lets you do it.
Use fortune point to reroll.
There you
For
go.
fuck's sake!
It's not gone too well for you. As you step closer,
The option of a dark deal.
you can dark deal if you really want to.
I've only got 3 corruption.
Up to you.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's dark seal it.
All right.
Because I don't want to fight this guy.
There's 35% chance. Oh!
Selenesh be praised.
As you continue walking forward, you speak with a charming tongue, and this man, he holds the knife, and he looks back at your companions fighting, and the sounds of wailing outside, and the weird glow that's now coming through the door, and his hand quivers for a moment on the knife, and he looks really scared and unsure, and then he drops a knife and he pushes Elvira over the edge of the barn's platform, and she screams as she falls towards the ground.
I'll try and quickly move to catch her.
Okay, make a challenging athletics test.
Chance not about yeah. Athletic, huffing these fat little plump body.
Oh god, you are really unfit actually. You got like 29. Do you want to fortune point it, or are you gonna take it?
That's just a woman. I mean, wait, how high is the drop? Like,
It's probably about 15 to 20 feet.
oh, so he's like up on a platform.
Yeah, he's up on a platform.
Jesus, is
Yeah, there's a ladder that like to your
is
right.
there nothing like haystack that she might fall on? She's just going on the floor.
He's pushed her pretty hard. She's gonna fall down onto the ground.
They're not that fast. No.
This is all up to you.
I will use another feint because that's a killing, but you can die from that height, I think. She's dead.
She's dead. She's dead.
I jump up on the ground. I
As
trip up-
you run to try and catch her, your foot catches on a piece of horse dung on the floor. You go sprawling forward. You slam into the ground, taking a wound as you sprawl out in the dirt. And then she lands on top of you.
Hey.
You did it.
And the sheer force of impact causes 4 wounds to both of you.
Yeah, but you saved it, then.
Wait, so I took a wound by falling and then another 4?
And then another 4, so you took 5.
So cunt's knocked out?
You fucking knocked out.
Hey, it's fortunate there was only a D8 rolled. Falling damage is normally 1d10 plus 3 damage for every yard.
That's intense. Wow. That's a lot of wounds. Plus 3 for every yard.
That can't be right.
That can't be right because
any character.
then
I've got the snipping tool in front of me. When falling, you suffer 1d10 damage plus 3 damage for every yard you fall. Any damage is reduced by your toughness
at what
bonus,
point?
but
At
not
what
any-
point is it considered a fall?
Yeah, exactly. Because if I fell a
doesn't
yard, I could
specify.
potentially suffer 13 damage. I fall off the curb and die.
It doesn't specify.
I'm sure it must say. Like,
If you
there must be a
purposely
certain
fall
point.
Or jump. Yeah, I suspect there is a certain point, probably about 10 feet. Also,
Leaping
it
and
says
falling.
damage per yard, not per feet. And a yard is what, 3 feet?
Oh.
It's 3, yeah.
I'm about to say, ask one of the Americans.
It's 3 feet to a yard.
I don't know how big this is. Measure it in football fields.
Okay, so like I'm gonna say that like falling beyond, so if 3 feet then, so what's a nasty height to fall from? I guess like 9 feet can be kind of uncomfortable.
Like,
Yeah,
you
I
probably
think
your
so.
ceiling in your house is 8 foot. That's generally a standard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so anything
So she's
beyond like 3 yards, I guess 4 yards. We'll say 5 yards. We'll keep it rounded, right? So if you fall more than 5 yards, then
I fell off some 10-foot bleachers once and broke my ankle.
yeah,
In real life, I mean,
we'll say that the men of Warhammer Fantasy are a little bit more hardy than we are.
Yeah.
they can handle a fall from about 12 feet, and then after that it starts getting a bit nasty. So
12 feet sounds right anyway.
5 yards, and she's fallen about 15. So that's actually quite a lot of wounds. Holy
You
shit!
said
That's
15,
not going to be good.
So that's 1d10 plus 10. Okay.
you said
so-
15 feet, not yards, though.
Oh, did I say 15
that's one-
feet?
Yeah,
Okay, so
that's
that would have been like
1d10
what,
plus
6
5.
yards. So it'll be 1d10 plus 1.
Plus 5.
Why would it be plus 5?
Because that's 50 divided by 3.
I mean, if she's just
No,
not
because she's not.
rolled-
No, because it's not per feet that you fall. It's per yard, and there's only going to be
Per
one
yard
more
that
yard.
you fall, and you said 15 feet, which is 5 yards. So that'd be plus 3 damage by 5.
Math.
Wait, what?
That just takes the fun out of it.
Right, whatever. It's 1d10, and they rolled a 4, so it's fine. We'll just move on.
Look,
Right.
she's hot, you sadistic fuck.
And Kern's
Oh, no.
fucking unconscious. Anyway, Ruiz, it is your go.
I'm just going to circle around a little bit, talking as I do. So, Signora, you are from my land. You know exactly what I am.
I don't know or care what the fuck you are. I need you out of my barn.
You know I am a distro, and you are throwing a weapon against me.
You're about to be a dead prick.
Oh, I admire your spirit, but unfortunately you have let me come all the way around you and trap you against this wagon, see? And I gestured to the wagon,
And she turns to look at it.
and I stab her.
All right, go ahead.
Nice face, mate.
Don't forget to add your plus 10 SL.
Is there a way of non-lethally doing this? I don't really want to kill him.
No, not with a rapier.
Already got
what
one
about
dude
if I,
outside trying to be fine.
Oh well, we'll just go through it and see if we can patch her up.
Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit. You skewer her through the fucking jugular, my dude. Like,
I just want
that's an insane amount of damage.
Yeah, and then afterwards I just want to be like, no one will touch me now, okay? I am a bistro and I'm the victor, I get the final word. Just gonna, like, help, try and gently carry her to the ground.
For reference, I think 18 was my highest damage ever.
She collapses to the ground, gurgling, clutching at her open wound.
You see, your mistake was always taking your eyes off me. Also being able to move with her. Such is way. Can you at least speak and tell me your name for the end? It is a shame it has come to this.
And the woman dies.
Grazie morte.
Damn.
Meanwhile, this dude has fucking booked it and thrown himself out of the back end of the barn. After dumping Elvira over the side, he has jumped away and out of sight. Ruiz probably would have seen him do this. Romolo.
Oh no, I'm just too busy doing my thing.
Oh,
now.
you're too busy being dramatic. Yeah, okay.
I'm just going to be sort of like walking around monologue.
It's like an action movie, and then when it goes to him, it's like a old 1940s romance.
What romance is this belief?
Right. It looks like Erwin's pretty much got this situation under control. So I'm just gonna open the door. Which allows me a wonderful view of everything. I guess I see a moaning Alvira lying on top of an unconscious Kern.
On top of an unconscious Kern who's been splattered underneath her.
Not the first time it will happen tonight.
Yeah. Do I see him jump out the window, or am I too late for that?
Yeah, sure. You can see him literally just book it out of the window just as you open the door. It looks like Elvira has twisted her leg in a pretty nasty way.
Oh, God. Right, that woman's dead. He's being dealt with. I'm going to shout at Kern, don't kill him! And go charging.
Kern?
Sorry, shout at Erwin, don't kill him! And then I'm going to go charging down to see my buddy.
Don't kill him. Yeah,
I want to question him. Keep him alive.
Yeah.
Lucky fucking day. It's your lucky fucking day. I was having an awful day. It's your lucky fucking day.
It's like shaking the guy.
No, please!
Right, who's in a worse state here? That leg, how bad is it? I'm having a look.
Elvira is groaning in pain, but she's clearly conscious. Meanwhile, Kern is, like, bleeding and unconscious.
Right, I'm going to pull Elvira off Kern's and then force my singular and only healing potion down his throat.
Yes. What does that do?
It heals you for your toughness bonus. I think plus something, I don't know, let me look.
Let's see, my toughness.
Recover toughness bonus immediately, that is it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is all it does.
Wait,
I delete it now. It just heals you for your toughness bonus. So like 3, 4, whatever your toughness bonus is, it heals you for that.
Like, how do I see
Your
my
toughness bonus is 3, because you have 36.
Right, got you.
You have 36 toughness, and it's always the 10s number, so it's 3.
Okay. Oh,
So your weapon skill bonus is 50. Sorry, it's 5.
nice.
Because it's 50, right? Yeah.
By the tens.
Yeah, so your 10s. Right, so you managed to come round after being force-fed this slightly glowing green liquid.
Oh, my fucking ribs. What the hell landed on me?
Ow!
Oh my. Ooh, forgive me, darling. Not the first time I've woke up like this.
Right, so as soon as I've fed the idiot a potion, I'm going to start trying to like do a heal test on her. Does it count as an action to feed him the potion, or can I try and do a heal test on it?
I think feeding him a potion is probably an action, yeah.
Right,
Because
okay.
you have to, like,
That's fine.
administer it to him.
Yep, that's what I'm doing then.
Alright. But you're making your way over to her, that's fine.
Yeah.
At this point, I think most of the combatants are subdued. So we can move out of combat and into narrative. You can all gain 50 experience.
I assume you don't mean me.
Unfortunately, not Siegfried, because he didn't participate. He couldn't. He went for a long rest instead. With these, with one of them dead, the other one having fled into the forest while you administered the wounded, and the last one pinned underneath your wizard. It seems like the barn is now under your control.
Target neutralized.
Look, right, listen, you're like some kind of magic man, right? So, listen, what if, I'm not important. So, and you're like really important, so like, if you just like let me go, I'll give you like a few shillings.
Yeah, that's interesting. An interesting offer. What does an important man like me need with a few shillings from an unimportant man like you? Your bargaining position is very poor. Just cover his mouth. Romolo! He's annoying me now. I really can't resist the urge. It's been a rough week.
Ruiz, can you deal with him? Tie him up or something. We'll talk to him in a second. I want to know
Ruiz
who
is
he's
busy
working for.
monologuing.
One of
Just
one of
standing
my
there himself talking.
He's still there with like he's produced a rose somehow, and he's like sniffing it as he monologues.
one of my companions is monologuing. The other is busy. Prospects are looking grim. What was that? I moved my hand.
Oh, I know where some treasure's hidden.
What sort of treasure?
Gold.
How much gold?
Lots.
Where is it?
I can't. I'll tell you if you let me go.
I'll tell you what. You tell me, and I'll let you go. That's the order this is happening in.
Well, I would have to show you because I can't like explain it.
No. I don't believe you.
No, wait, no.
No, I don't believe you. Hand goes over mouth.
I guess I would try and like walk outside. See-
Yeah.
You can limp
Oh,
out.
Current,
Kern,
is that
can
you?
you go and help him torture that guy for information? I need to know who he's working for and why he took Elvira while I try and help her.
Right, perfect. I can do that. So I'll limp outside, see what's happening there.
I mean, why a
Elvira,
red? It's so conspicuous.
Elvira is cursing loudly in Chilean as she clutches at her twisted leg, moaning in pain.
Yes, woman. La Fancula. Can we carry on now? What's wrong? How can I help you?
Are you talking to her in common or Chilean?
In Tulane.
She looks at you suspiciously for a moment. It's like, I don't speak Chilean, she says. What?
I know you speak Chilean, woman. I have been sent for you.
She gives up the charade and says, "Wait, who are you?"
I'm Romulo de Arturo. I work for the Acostas. I've
Her
been sent
eyes
to make
go
sure you're
wide.
okay.
Oh fuck!
Yes. You should not make so much of a problem and go disappearing. We like knowing where you are.
Oh fuck! She starts
Did
moaning
you really?
out of like desperation than pain now.
Did you really think that we didn't know where you were?
Why couldn't you people just leave me alone?
We're part of the family. We like family. Anyway, what's wrong with your
I
leg?
wanted to get away from it all. Ow!
We let you get away, and then you got yourself kidnapped.
I don't know what they even wanted with me. They knew who I was, and I don't know why. I didn't tell anyone. I swear.
Well, I don't know what you want me to say. It is not like I am the Don. I am here to make sure that I take you back to the shop, and then someone else is going to come and collect you.
He divorced me 3 years ago. Why does he care anymore?
Cunt
He
keeps
picked it-
in the word divorce.
I've been working for him for over 10 years. He still cares what I do and say. It's not really fair, but that's life.
What do you mean that's life? I mothered his first son and then he threw me aside for some new bimbo.
You're Italian. What did you expect? Them seem to be nice to you?
I expected at least a modicum of respect.
You're alive. That is respect. Now tell me, what the fuck is wrong with your leg before I leave you here?
I fell and I've twisted it. You need to reset it.
Okay, that I can do.
Look, give me something to bite and I'll tell you how.
I will give her the sheath of my dagger.
She takes it and she directs you in resetting the leg. She definitely knows what she's doing.
Okay, so what's
Would you,
so you can make a
I am
heal.
also something of a healer.
You can make a heal test with a bonus of +20. It'll be
average?
challenging. But
Is
you'll have a bonus
that with
of
my
+20.
assistance?
So
it's average,
in effect, it is an average test. Yeah.
Okay. I was just okay, that's easier. Okay, there we go.
Right, so you succeed in managing to reset her leg and giving her some healing. She's mostly recovered, although she still looks like she's a little bit sore, and she can't put a lot of weight on it. She needs some support to move.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Kearns has gone outside, and you have this kidnapper here.
That's the man with the rifle.
It turns out the rifle was bullshit.
Oh, so it's just a
None of them have a rifle.
It's just a broom handle. Right.
My heart is truly broken.
Aaron, what's this? Who's this man? What's his name?
That's a good question.
You haven't
What's your
even
name?
found out. Alfred.
Alfred is his name.
Alfred. I slap him.
Ow!
Is it Alfred?
Yeah, yes, my name's fucking out. Why would I lie? I'm not a spy.
Have you? What's your father's name? Is it just Alfred?
Says he's got treasure.
Alfred Tallinson, for fuck's sake.
Says he knows where treasure's hidden.
Of course he does. He's trying to fucking save his life.
Yeah.
Right. Well, here you can probably keep that treasure, but you'll likely want to know where it is either. But what's more important is
Why is this man glowing?
Rude.
But you see, you can find that out. You find out why he's glowing and a lot more about our mage if you don't tell him.
Mage?
You don't want to hear that.
Yeah, it's a condition. Deal with it.
Look, all right. Look, the job's a bust. I just fuck. It's
The job?
yeah, the job.
What's this job?
Oh fuck. Oh, I've said shit. Oh fuck.
Nothing's going to happen. Either way, it's either you die now or you get a head chance from whoever hired you. With a better chance telling us now and running.
He's got the good point.
Oh, fuck, okay. What do you want to know? What do I have to tell you to get the fuck out of here?
Everything. Who?
Okay, so I started when I was fucking born.
When?
Yeah. Tell us about how you lost your virginity. No, you idiot! Tell us who you work for.
It was some tall fella in Altdorf. He was quite a rich man. He wasn't quite as big as me, but sort of. He was kind of tall, but like he was thin. You know, like he was big, but not in like a big way. He was
like a tree.
Yeah, he was like a long log type of man. Yeah. He was wearing like fancy clothes. He had like purple clothes and stuff. It was very nice.
Have a name.
Must have been Emperor Karl Franz himself.
Well, no, it wasn't the Emperor. If it was the Emperor, I would have got paid a lot fucking more, I think.
Yeah, and you wouldn't be in this situation. What is his fucking name?
Please stop glowing at me.
But I take Aaron aside and like, what is that glow anyway?
It's a side effect of a spell. It'll pass. I promise you that. I hope.
He didn't tell us his name. He just told us we had to go and kidnap someone for him. He paid really well. He gave us 5 crowns each.
Tell us exactly what he said. How did he approach you? How much he paid you with? Where you met with him?
We were.
Altdorf?
We were in the pub. We just finished doing some banditing out on the highway into Middenheim. We come back. We just gone past the warden patrols. We were in the pub, and one of my mates told me that he'd been in touch with someone what was looking for work that we could do. So I said, yeah, all right, me and the lass and the other fella, we'll sort it. And we set up a meeting, and then we met him, and he was in the pub, and we just talked for a bit in the back room, all quiet like. He said we had to go to Weisbruck, and we had to find this woman called Elvira. We had to bag her up and put her on the cart, and then we had to take her back to get her back to Altdorf and take her to him. But our cart broke, so we've been trying to fucking fix it while we were holding her here, and then you fuckers turned up.
Where's your cart?
It's fucking behind us. It's in the fucking barn.
Oh, right, yeah, it's okay. Is that the cart? Oh, right. You weren't going far with that thing. It's half broke, yeah. Well, so you have no idea who this lanky nobleman was?
No idea.
Just so he was just tall and lanky, nothing...
Yeah, no, I didn't know nothing, I promise.
Any scars, missing
size
teeth.
match? Did he have an extra joint?
Well, he had like brown eyes.
Yeah.
And he had like tan skin. Like he looked like a southerner.
So he wasn't a Reiklander.
Well, he sounded like one. I don't know. I thought maybe he just had like a weird mum or a weird dad.
Right.
Yes, I see.
Owen, you think?
I mean, stranger things have happened. I have other family, but
This is really narrowed down anything. So what are we gonna do with this piston?
so about that treasure.
Yeah. Look, if you just let me go, there's like, there's some treasure. If you like, go back to Weisbruck, and you go behind the Happy Man Inn, and you dig in the gong pit just at the corner, and like you'll find our little treasure box there. It's where we put the crowns.
Right. How many crowns? And is it locked? I assume it's locked.
Yeah. It's locked. There's 10 crowns in there.
Yeah, 10 crowns. Yeah.
Before you go, once you say you accomplish this task of yours and you arrived at Altdorf, how would you have contacted this man?
Well, we were supposed to deliver it deliver her to the estate. He gave us this address, but I can't read, so I don't know where it is. But the missus was able to.
Has he got it there? Have you got it on the address on you? The note letter?
Well, no. No, it was on Orlando.
Who's that?
What?
The woman inside.
Oh, her. She's got the letter.
Yeah.
The one we see. The one you kidnapped.
Can I come outside?
No. The girl that's with me.
Oh, sorry. She's dead.
What?
Yeah. What? Did we kill a woman and I wasn't even... Oh. As the door opens, I just see the corpse like, oh, yeah.
His eyes start to glisten with tears.
Well, that's unfortunate.
This is what happens when you take a life of crime.
This is what happens when you...
No, Orlando! I can't believe it!
There you
No!
go. There you
No!
Let it down. Let it down.
Outside now.
I just wait,
Can I please come outside?
I'm just staring
Let it all out.
I'm just staring at Roglo, waiting for him to fix the
What is going on?
It's alright. You know, I lost a sibling recently. I mean, he was a prick, but... Yeah, that's out. I know.
Roglo, I think you
Mr.
have
DM, am I please done?
Yeah, sure, you can come outside.
Thank Christ. Like,
This is,
you guys are the least effective questioners I've ever heard trying to get information from someone ever.
What? 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 I'm not
Elvira, Romolo,
not.
and Ruiz come to the door. Ruiz is, I assume, chivalrously helping Elvira to walk, I would imagine.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
Why is this one crying?
you killed my girlfriend!
Yeah, he killed his girlfriend. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
this is very appropriate. She's quite dead.
No!
Right, I'm just gonna grab him by the throat and say, right,
Maybe.
the man who hired you, the woman who hired you, who are they? Tell me.
I told him
Maybe we
everything!
wanna close
I
the-
told him everything!
Can't,
I'm
maybe
gonna go
close
search
the door.
Logan's body for the letter.
Maybe
Right,
close the door
alright.
behind you. Yeah.
So you do you shut the door?
I
I
will,
assume
I will.
Erwin goes to shut the door.
Yeah, I'll shut the door so he can't
Right.
see the corpse.
So Kern is searching the body. That's fine. You managed to find a small scrap of paper that has an address written on it, or what you think is an address. Unfortunately, you can't read.
Well, I guess if it's the only piece of parchment on this corpse, it has to be.
Apart from that, you also find 2 gold crowns on it.
Well, that goes into my boot. So I stand up and turn around.
I'm gonna start removing finger joints from this dude.
Yeah, good.
This dude is having the worst day.
This dude is
is
having
having the
the worst day.
Everyone we meet
Right.
has the worst day. Like,
I'm just gonna immediately look at him and say, right, I'm going to ask you some questions. I want you to answer honestly. To prove I'm serious, I'm just gonna immediately stab the knife through one of his fingers.
Fuck!
Very simply, I need every single detail about the man you met. You
Rolling.
say, I'm assuming they relayed about the purple clothes and eyes and stuff. Give me every detail. Do you remember any name being mentioned? Anything?
Albrecht! His name's Albrecht!
Excellent. Good. You're doing well. I'm not going to remove another finger now. Second question. Why were you told to take this woman? Any reasons at all?
He didn't say why. He just gave us money and we said, all right. We only needed the money. We didn't ask questions. We're not paid to ask questions.
Okay, you're doing really, really well. Fine. Last and final question. Who the fuck was the guy who got away? And where would he go?
His name is Wayne. You probably go back to Weisbrook and try to get the rest of our money and then book it.
So the money behind the pub, behind the inn is real?
Yeah!
Okay. You have done really, really well, and now I'm going to leave it up to my friends to decide what they do with you. Thank you for working
Wait.
so well with us.
Wait,
I'm
you-
going to keep this as a memoir and take his finger.
What? Wait, so did you stab his finger or did you cut off his finger the first time?
I severed his finger. I just
Right,
went
okay, you
straight
chopped
to
it off. Right, okay.
Yeah.
So he's like clutching his stump and like wailing in pain.
Yes.
God.
My friend, if I may be as bold, next time
You can, Romolo can have 20 XP.
next time you find a girl to date, make sure teach her how to use a sword better. Yes.
The guy is too lost in pain to even pay attention to what you're saying.
Okay, and I'll escort the medic away.
Yeah, I'm going to go check out that car.
Yeah, this is just sad.
Right. Oh, well, I say we just tie this man up and throw him at the guards when we come back in.
I don't know. While he's sobbing, I think Erwin will cut his throat.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah,
I was
think he's
waiting
gotta
for
die.
something like that.
Yep.
Does anyone try to stop him?
No.
No, I don't give a shit.
No, you gotta kill him.
I was
yeah.
hoping Romolo was just gonna walk up.
All right,
and
you
stab
you
him.
open his fucking throat.
Yep.
I'm so sorry.
He starts.
You've
He
seen too
gurgles
much.
and clutches at his throat, bucking on the ground as the life bleeds out of him.
And I'll open the door and I'll take him over by her.
Oh.
Yeah, and they can just be dead together.
Well, I tap Romulo's shoulder and hand him the note. This is the letter.
That was
friend."
cold-blooded as fuck, dude.
Well, I mean, Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's horrible, isn't it?
Listen, we've always kind of been a morally ambiguous party. It's just that now we're more morally ambiguous.
Because now Lorne's not around.
I
started to glow in the dark. There's no way that like I don't know, I gotta cover my tracks better. There's no way that he could once he saw that.
Yeah.
Well,
we don't
there
have
is
Jimmy
only
Cricket
there is
anymore,
only
so.
one survivor left. Elvira is horrified by this killing. By the way, she's like, "Holy fuck!"
They were gonna kill you, miss.
Welcome to the crew.
You've got to be better than them.
Cleaning my knife.
No,
no.
we really don't.
We have to be more alive. Than
Fuck! This is why I got out of the family.
I would say actually that
I
we're
think
better
you got-
than.
You
I
would
I
think,
think you got kicked out of the family.
I would say we're much better than them. Yes, it was a very professional job.
Yeah, we're here. They're not.
They were criminals, anyhow, and they were due death.
And we're just better criminals, frankly. I mean,
Just my fucking luck. Ugh. Out of the frying pan
Listen.
into the fire.
There is no fire. You are family. We take care of you. These men were very
Anything-
generous and volunteered their
anything
time.
Well, it's this woman. Look, miss. I don't get why you're being fucking ungrateful. I've just fucking saved your life. I think I took a few blows to the head for it by falling over. And now you're saying,
Thank
oh great, this is
you.
just great. Now
She thanks you through gritted teeth.
Lovely, no problem.
The last woman who was sarcastic to me got a good fucking slap, but you're lucky we need you. Well, kind of need you. Someone else needs you.
fate turns, fate weaves. You never know. There could be an opportunity. Keep the backhand strong, yeah.
Just keep him away from me. He's a psychopath. She points at Erwin.
Yes, he's many things.
Yes.
Right. Is there a horse in the barn? Because there's a cart, so logically it must have been pulled by something.
Yeah, why not? Okay, yeah, sure. There is also a draft horse in here.
No, there were
It's been locked into one of the stables, and by this point, it's very agitated.
I would like to check the carbuncle of the wagon.
The carbuncle is in bad condition.
I feel like
I
we may
would
want
like
to
to
fly
repair
as a
it.
squad.
Well, yeah.
I don't know if I have any relevant skills.
Liam,
Hello.
was Whittled's horse with the Berabelli as well? Because he had a draft horse as well.
I have no idea.
Yeah,
I didn't
think
even
we
know
got
he had a horse.
I don't think I ever actually saw the horse. I think it was brought to me, and I never actually got back.
I have no idea what happened to your horse.
Wasn't this horse injured and he got it to get healed and he just never used it again? He's
I
just
have.
abandoned
Oh
it.
yeah, no, you gave him. Did you give him your old horse? You did, didn't you? You gave him your old horse, I think.
My old horse?
Yeah, because you bought a new horse that was like a big badass war horse, and then.
Oh, Lorne always had the war horse.
Oh, did you always?
Yeah,
Where the fuck?
just
Where the
needed
fuck did
healing.
his draft horse come from then?
I went and bought it.
Whittled sent him to go and buy the draft horse when he was picking up his healed horse.
Yeah.
Well,
I realised there was a second
I guess
draft
it's
horse
still
as
in the
well.
fucking stables at Bogenhof.
Oh.
Still waiting for the owner that will never arrive.
He bought it in Altdorf, so logically it's still in Altdorf.
It's still in
We're
fucking
heading
Altdorf.
We're heading back to the
Maybe you
guild.
could pick it up.
The stable owner's
Draft
making
horses.
double his money on it.
In Bogenhafen.
You bought them in Bogenhofen. Well, it'll still be in Bogenhofen.
Poor horse. That's
I'd
sad.
completely forgotten about those until you mentioned
That's
about
funny.
the draft horse.
If only
then.
horses weren't stupid.
Well,
Right.
anyway, there is one horse in here, and there is a broken carbuncle on the wagon.
Okay. What skills would you need to fix that?
I would probably want some form of carpentry skills, which I don't think
I
you
don't have any of that.
No.
Does anyone have any form of repair skills, boys?
No.
Parts are valuable.
I will accept a hard dexterity test to see if you can fucking improvise, but it's very unlikely to work.
Does anyone have any good decks?
This does not seem like the kind of work I should be getting involved in.
Would these boat repair count?
Yeah, I'll take boat repair as like a adjacent skill, I suppose.
If you can fix a cart, you can fix a boat.
I
If
mean,
you fix a boat, you can fix
If you can
a
fix a
radar
bike.
dish and a modern-
I mean, who has boat repair?
Siegfried.
Well, you're fucking miles away. Like, that's
Siegfried
useless.
doesn't.
So who does then?
Well, I'm
Go.
not here, so I'm not going
Well,
to
why
say.
the fuck does it matter?
Right,
I'm so point. What?
okay.
Well, boat repair would work, guys. Just so you know.
Why are we fussing over a broken cart? We've got a horse and we've got the woman.
Because we could use the cart for us all to get back. You're injured. She has an injured leg. I suppose we could stick her on the horse, but she might fall off. I don't know what just happened by accident. It went very strange.
Well, I think we can make it here and back rather safe if we keep on the path and not step on any man traps again.
Yes. Right, I'm just going to lead the horse out, I guess, then.
Am I still luminescent?
Yes, you are still luminescent.
Okay, I'll just lead
It
the
was
way
only
then.
for 1d10 rounds, though, wasn't it?
Was it? I
Yeah.
didn't actually check, to be fair.
He never actually rolled for how many rounds it was either.
Oh no, he did roll. Actually, it was for 1 round. So I
Oh,
guess,
well,
I
yeah.
guess by this point, yeah, you have stopped glowing. It is starting to fade now. You are gently puttering out like a dying candle.
Right, I'm gonna drag the horse outside.
Okay, so I'm gonna want a challenging animal care test from you, please, to see if you can calm it down.
How about ride?
No, charm animal.
Okay. What difficulty? Sorry.
Challenging.
Oh!
You managed to soothe the beast after it's been surrounded by blood and mayhem, sufficiently enough to get it out of the building. Once it's back outside, it starts to calm down a bit more once it's in familiar, natural area. And yeah, you've got this draft horse. It doesn't come with a saddle. It doesn't have a saddle. It was intended to pull a cart.
Yeah.
It's just got a bridle.
No, it's fine. Alright. I guess, yeah, I'll just lift Alvira onto the back of the horse because of her leg, and she can kind of just hold on and try not to fall off.
Okay, that's fine. I assume you're going to like lead the horse.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm just going to pull the horse.
Okay, that's fine. So you rig up this situation, and you guys are pretty much ready to leave, unless there's anything else you want to do in the barn.
Has anybody looted that corpse? That's not me doing it, by the way. I'm pointing for somebody to do it.
I guess can't
Nine.
get through the pockets and shimmies them down.
If you rummage through the pockets of the other guy, you find 10 shillings.
Lovely. Kent, I need those. I paid for your health potions, keeping you alive.
Fair's fair. You helped me as well. There you go.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Some recuperation on this pointless waste of life. I'm just going to start wandering off.
So, are you just going to leave this like crime scene behind?
Yep.
I would like to set fire to the building. I mentioned that earlier.
See,
And here I thought Antarius was the enemy, wasn't it?
So you're
It's
not
funny.
a fire mage. So how are you doing this?
With candles.
it's a
See,
lot of
that's
dry
the
hay.
thing.
It won't take much.
Yeah, do we have flint and tinder around? I might have that in my trap.
You have flint and tinder, but you're going to need either a sizable quantity of oil or some creative thinking. You can get a
Do we
flame.
have any food around?
Is there not any lights like torches?
There is a lamp inside the barn.
I guess we could just. I don't want to take it from Moon. I think Moon wants to be the one that's setting it. I was going to say Cunt just smashes the lamp as he leaves.
Oh, Kurt can do it, yeah. Which is
Yeah.
really... we should probably do something about, it's like look the barn up and down and kind of shrug. Yeah?
Yeah, I just open the little lantern, little hatch.
Well,
check the
it's
oil.
actually hanging from the roof.
Oh, is it? Fuck. I guess I whip
You'll
out
need
the
to
old
either shoot it or use magic.
Erwin, bit of practice.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Can you hit that with anything?
I
You got
think so.
any?
I can pick up a rock and magic dart it at it, right?
I'll take a language magic test.
I'm interested to see what the magic's like in this.
Miscast.
It seems to just be miscasts though.
The average or what?
I don't think it passes.
Can I please just use magic dart?
Erwin
Also, you've still got your advantage there, I think.
Oh yeah, he's still using advantage. Yeah, sure, use magic dart if you want.
Really? Really? This is what magic is like. In case you're wondering, this is what it's like. This is what it's
I'm
like.
just staring at Erwin expectantly.
As
I'm
he
like,
holds up his hands and his fingers like just fizzle awkwardly.
Well, look,
Yeah?
it's just-
Magic? Yeah?
yeah, just a moment. It doesn't happen, I swear this has never happened to me before.
A man tries to rev the engine of a speedboat unsuccessfully.
Try it again. You got time,
With your
right?
advantage this time.
All right.
What
No,
on earth did I miss?
he actually doesn't have advantage. That'll be, I assume, because he's doing an average test.
Yeah, it's an average test.
Yeah, and he has very high language magic.
Jesus.
Yes.
He's at like 62. It's really high.
I stepped away for a second, and I've come back to people casting magic and laughing. What did I miss?
They're setting the barn on
Trying to set
fire.
the place on fire by knocking
Finally,
the door.
this little burst of dark, shadowy magic shoots out from Owen's hands, cuts straight through the lamp, and drops it to the ground, where it smashes and starts spreading a flame.
Aha!
Thunderbar!
Bright college, eat your heart out. Okay, hopefully that's enough. I don't have any fuel on me.
As the flames start to lick at the boots of the two corpses against the cart.
Oh
Let's,
yeah, the bodies.
Let's start heading before we start smelling the fucking smoke. and so
Yeah.
Right.
So I guess I start heading down path.
Yeah,
Quick
I'm
toilet break.
leading
I'll be
this
back in a
whole-
sec.
Sure.
But
Time to speak to you about Blue Chew, the over-the-counter Viagra replacement. We've been sponsored by this one before, but it's come back around again. So if you use the code now of I don't know, not hard.
Do you ever feel like Erwin Block? Can't get it up in a time of need.
Is this the safe warpstone alternative, is it?
The safe warpstone alternative. It always gets my wand working, if you know what I mean. Use code MISCAT at build.com.
I like the fact that this entire advert is being overlaid by heavy breathing.
just passionate.
Looks like Kern had an unfortunate accident in the workplace when someone fell off a balcony onto him.
Oh, there's a man in
If
the
you've
living
had
room.
an unfortunate accident too, maybe you could call Erwin Solicitors.
So wait, can like the DM do rolls for me? Like he can look at.
Are you just like too important now? What, plot armor wasn't enough? You need a man to roll the dice.
Right.
I have people for that actually.
Yeah,
That's a really good point. Why did I waste a healing potion on him? Like, I guarantee if I waited a minute, he would have been healed by a ray of golden light or something.
Okay, sure. I hate this when you say, Liam shouldn't never said anything about that because I had no idea, and he's like, I'm like, maybe that's why I got the flux, so I'm like out everything's way, and I'm less willing to get.
Why you have the
danger.
golden mask that works every now and then.
But then again, I think he's just saying that.
Maybe
No,
I'm just
it's like
fucking with
this,
you. Have you
Yeah,
considered
like
that?
It's like this. Our
I'm
characters
just a good
are
player, guys.
the,
Fun.
I like the Starks of the story.
Maybe I'm just giving you a
Everyone
false
loves
sense of
them,
security
but
so
they-
you do something
they
stupid and die.
Yeah, our characters are the Starks of this story. Everyone loves them, but they're all killable. Whereas, Tyrion down here, he doesn't even stand next to us. He's got a different colour circle as well, And he's basically useless at most things. And,
Right.
You know,
So anyway, let's get back on track. So you're on the track, as it were, making your way back down the boar trail to head towards the town. It's about a half-hour walk, so you're all trudging along, and Elvira decides to eventually break the quiet by talking to Romolo, and she says, "Look, I know that Don sent you here, but you need to understand, I'm not going back to Talea."
My mission is not to take you back to Talea. I'm taking you back to your shop. We like knowing where you are. We have ways of keeping eyes on you. We keep you safe. It is simple. You stay where you are, with the Don stays out of your hair, and you stay where you are. Just because he moved on from you doesn't mean that he likes the idea of you being in danger.
I guess it's been 3 years since I heard from anyone, and Sometimes I wonder what... Maybe I should have stayed for Luigi. I don't know. But I didn't want to be some window dressing.
Well, he is certainly grown up without you. The man's a good 6'5", 6'6" now.
Does he
And
still...
he certainly inherited none of your intelligence.
Does he still play football?
Yes, he occasionally kicks a pigskin around. I mean, the man's like 20 now, and you know, he has bigger things to do. He's an important man in the Costos.
I just remember the boy that I had. And now I bet he doesn't even care about me anymore.
I wouldn't know. We weren't that close. I worked closer with his brother.
Oh, Lorenzo?
Yes.
The son of that fucking whore?
Again, I'm not getting into your personal arguments. I'm here to take you back to your shop.
The son
save
of
your
that
life.
fucking whore who took him away from me.
I thought you didn't care.
I don't. I don't care. Not anymore.
Clearly.
I'm done with that.
Well, if you want to see him, I'm sure he'll reply to a letter, or you can go visit him. Either way, we always know where you are. There's an eye being kept on you, so there is no problem.
Then what are you doing now?
We're taking you back to your shop.
And then?
We heard you're in danger, and then I leave. Someone else is on the way to speak to you. I don't know who. It is not my concern.
Perhaps you should remind her of the man who got shot in the chest. The sailor, yes. It was after who went to find her.
The man I shot in the chest.
Yes, you know, the crewman, that poor sailor who got shot in the chest.
Yes, we need a favor for saving you. I shot a man.
You almost forgot about him. Holy shit.
Yes, I shot a man and I need you to heal him, and then I'd also appreciate some extra healing potions.
Why am I not surprised that there's been more violence around you?
Well, he argued with me, you see. It's one of those things where I say,
is that how it goes for you, is it? Anyone who argues with you, they just get shot?
You were
nonsense. I argue with him all the time.
And who are you supposed to be?
Signora.
Oh, here we go. Time for the 20-minute.
That's funny.
Signora, I am Luis Miguel Juan de Campos Santos.
2 hours later.
I am just a traveler from a far-off land, trying to bring nature gentlemanness to these lands.
You know you're hanging around with a criminal, right?
Yes, it is not by choice.
Not by choice?
Oh, no. You see, even one as powerful as El Sociedad, you know, sometimes can be obligated.
You mean you're in debt?
Not in terms of money. Perhaps in terms of blood, yes.
Well, you better get yourself out of that business as quick as you can, because let me tell you, it doesn't get any better.
Well, yes, I fully intend to extricate myself from this situation. It is but one death away.
Eventually, you, as a group, manage to reach the outskirts of Weisbrook, where you see the same gates that you booked it through earlier. It's now quite late.
Just gonna walk through them again, I guess.
Yeah, let's just do it. I reckon we got enough. We got enough lit so we can get past this.
I think we just gotta wait for Kern to get back.
I'm here, just outside having a smoke. Sorry.
Remember, this is a good time to tell our audience that Kern's views on the world are not at all, something we endorse.
Correct. There's a degree of separation between the role player and the character.
You have to remember the fourth wall. In real life, he might be a smoker, but I don't think he abuses girls. So,
I mean, is this not a very typical Scottish behaviour?
What?
Smoke
He
it.
does.
That's stereotyping. I'd like to say that none of the views perpetrated by anyone in this group are
We've all
believed
seen.
in by everyone else.
What was said? What was
We've all
said about
seen
me? I didn't even
train
get what he
spotting, we
said.
know.
I'm
Alright.
saying nothing back. I'll leave that up to him.
Look, I get people to do my rules for me.
As you
Mr.
make
Bart,
it. Right. As
Do you
you
think your flat armor's going to save you against lung cancer?
You will find that out. So yes, we're just going straight back in.
Alright, so you make your way up towards the gates, and predictably you hear the same voice calling out, "Oi! What do you think you're doing?
Oh, you were returning to the city
Where you come from?"
from the woods.
Well, no shit you came from the woods, but like where?
Just like, it was a particularly dark part of the woods, but there was an opening.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's
See the
so
forest for the trees.
It was by the... Yes, we were very close to many trees.
Wait a minute, you two are foreign.
Yes,
Si, signora.
I'm Italian.
You're those chefs.
Yes, we are chefs. He is an expert with the blade. He prepares the ingredients, and I add seasoning, shall we say?
But you said you were hunting boar, and you ain't got any boar.
I know. We found this poor woman who lives here, so we brought her back instead, didn't we, Alvin?
Oh fuck, is that Elvira? Yeah, hi, it's me. Oh shit, what? Why are you outside the walls? I got kidnapped. What? I got kidnapped. Oh. Well, how the fuck did that happen? You tell me, you're the watchman. There's a
Now,
long pause, and then the
hear me,
gate
John.
starts to open.
Yes, very nice, Migo. Now, it's very important you should know my name, El Sucedor. I am also known as Luis Miguel Juan de la Campos Santos, and it was I who saved this lady with my assistance and my friends. You need to take this name all around town. Can you do this for me?
Mate, I am on the end of my 8-hour shift. Can you just...
Excellent. After you've done this, you can join us for drinks.
No, I want to go to bed.
You have
are a
plenty of
giant
time
pussy.
to sleep when you are dead.
What?
I thought you said that the honey roasted ham was the best in this pub.
Hey,
You're going to try it on your
listen,
recommendation.
don't you have a wounded man we need to get to? We can't sit around bantering.
He'll live. No one liked him that much anyway.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yes, we'll take you back to this man. Come on then. We'll get to the ham another day. But we believe in your recommendation, good sir. A fine officer like yourself, I'm sure, has excellent taste.
By the way, is that a fire? Out there in
Where?
the woods.
I don't know. We came from the other side of the woods.
It was a very dark part of the woods. We certainly saw no fire.
Yeah, you said it was a dark
No.
part of the woods.
Then how would we have seen the fire? If it
Well, you
was dark?
already said that.
Yes, but we couldn't see the fire. 'cause
I'm
it was so
talking about
dark.
the fire now.
What fire is
Well,
this?
should you do something about it?
There is fire. That's very dangerous.
Fuck it. Right, I'm gonna go and wake the fire watch. Right, Godric, just hold the gate. I need to go get the fire watch. And the man starts scarpering off.
Fire watch, do we?
Well, Godric, it was lovely to meet you as well. I'm just going to walk past them.
Yeah, all right, whatever.
Yeah. I am now conscious. I have vaguely remembered, thanks to Elvira, that Siegfried is in trouble. So I'm now taking her to see him.
About 10 minutes later, you've made it back to the Barabelli, where... sorry, not the Barabelli, you've made it to Boaty McBoatface.
Please tell me we've called it something.
It's a work in progress.
Where, indeed, true to her word, Renette is still there. She hasn't made off with she hasn't scarpered with the vessel. And Siegfried is still lounging in his medical hammock.
Sorry, so just keeping watch up above.
Elvira demands an assistant and then makes her way into the helms room with all of her medical supplies.
Yeah, I guess I'll follow in. Healing is always used. Someone needs to learn how to heal, so.
Yeah, as soon as they're done, get them out of my room. I want to get stuff ready.
She performs an absolute masterwork job. She is an extremely accomplished physician. You're able to recover 7 wounds.
Jesus Christ, that fully heals me.
You should obviously still roleplay being somewhat hurt, but over the next few days your condition will pretty much clear up.
So, Elvira, was it?
He's still got the torn muscle because Jesus, Runk had that thing for fucking weeks.
Yeah, I don't remember actually how it is that.
You just get like -20 on all of your fucking rolls. It's hell.
Healing. The muscle will partially be healed in 30 days, minus your toughness bonus. Use of the healing skill does little but inform you not to use the affected hit location.
30 minus your toughness bonus. Your toughness bonus is 2, so that will heal in 28 days. Yeah, so yeah, that's going to be around for quite a while.
I had that injury from when I didn't play that one session we were against the sewer rats. I had that the rest of the time, and that's why all my melee rolls were like a little bit worse. I realised that after you changed all of the dynamic stuff, that was what was making me rubbish, was my injury.
Yeah.
I take it the critical injury should be removed as well. But
the critical injury can go. Yeah, the critical injury goes. You can just keep the injury now. That's fine. So yeah, you've still got a pretty sore back, and that's going to be around for a while. But you've recovered your healing.
Now, I want you to understand, Merchant. There is no hard feelings here. I just simply wanted the deal done, solved, and quickly sorted out. So I hope that one day we can be friends or something similar. If not, I'm not too bothered. But nonetheless, I'd like you to understand there is no hard feelings, yes?
I'm going to make a... Siegfried makes a gesture towards Romolo. Not a very polite one at that.
I'm going to put my hand on my
crossbow. You give him your middle finger.
I'm going to put my right hand on the crossbow and then throw the finger that I took from the other guy at him and say, "That's what happened to the last guy who gave me the finger. Do you want to join him?"
I slowly withdraw the finger.
Yes, good. I hope one day we can be amigos. Okay. I'm going to walk off to Elvira and say, "Right, I'll take you back to your shop now, and then I'm done with you. I can move on with my life, yes?"
It is curious you said the word amigo there. Perhaps you are beginning to learn a much better tongue.
You're not even in the room. Fuck off.
No.
Honestly, I just don't know what Italian for friend is.
I think it's amicio or something. Amici.
Oh, I'll take amicio, sure.
No, I think it's now canon that you are slowly speaking Stellian.
Slowly speaking as Stellian. Anyway, Elvira nods curtly and starts packing up her things. Make sure that he gets a lot of rest. You need to make sure you drink a lot of water. You'll heal up eventually, but it'll take a while. Just don't hurt yourself too much. Try to take it easy, alright?
Appreciated.
Yeah, okay. I escort her back to her shop and let everyone else do what they want to do, so I'll be gone until you say so.
Okay, that's fine. So you're escorting her out. Does anyone... It's now quite late. It seems like a reasonable time to start getting yourselves rested. Unless anyone had some urgent business that they wanted to deal with.
We should go to the
I think I'm just going to go get a long rest. If it's night.
Yeah, but we should go to the inn.
We should, but I'm quite winded.
Right, well, Kern decides to call it a night and goes to find himself a hammock.
Bit late to be doing trade, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah. All the trades are asleep.
Depends what type of trade.
You suggesting there's some for dark dealings to be done?
Human trafficking.
Human trafficking.
Human trafficking.
Erwin, for his part, what is he going to be doing? It's now probably, you're looking at like 11 o'clock to midnight.
I need to start making preparations for a trip to Altdorf. Really. I'll go look and see if he was lying around about that treasure.
Well,
Okay.
Oh, damn it.
before I do retire for the night with Cunt, I would get Erwin aside before I go, like just privately.
Yeah.
Okay.
So right. I would, once Antarius is more aware, seems like he's resting. I need to speak with him also, but I'm going to trust you and your capabilities, especially you being learned as a mage. It helps with this situation that I've found myself in. You see, back when we were at that barn in Bogenhaven, warehouse, sorry, in Bogenhaven,
Yeah.
Bogenhafen, that thing, that beast that summoned it, it knew me. It looked to me. It showed me something. It showed me what I believe it be his plan. It showed me Altdorf, a flame, a legion of chaos just ravaging the land, and at the head of this coast is me.
Really?
Oh well, I've given some thought about it, and it might think I'm this other man, fuck, what was his name?
Castor Lieberung.
Liedbrung. This other man, this Liedbrung, I think we have a chance here to do something. But I don't think we should go to Altdorf now. I think if I'm to lead an army, it's going to be an army of men.
Yeah, I see. That's a troubling thing to be witness to, for sure. And a quandary. Friend, my road is leading me to Altdorf. I have conditions that must be met. There's obligations of the college as well. I'll be heading there shortly. In fact, you want to avoid the city?
I think we're not ready to. Not just yet. Maybe we should go to the Grey Mountains.
Why the mountains?
Well, we know there's men in the mountains fighting those orcs. Once they're done, we could prompt them, come to Altdorf, tell them what we've seen. We know that anyone here in the cities are not doing anything. They're just ignoring us.
Now hold a moment. You say you've had these visions of yourself leading an army to sack Altdorf. Do you want to avoid the city and go find men?
No.
You see the problem here, yeah?
No. It
Listen.
thinks I am this Liebbrung, and it showed me its plan. It gave away the plan. It was a mistake for them. We've gained the initiative here.
But we know what a man plans, and we know the name, if your supposition is correct. But I feel
if I go to Altdorf now, I'm going to become there too. It wants me to go there.
it wants you in Altdorf. We could. This is the problem. There are experts in this field. We could find a consultation. We could speak with my master. He may be able to help. He may be able to divine something greater than we could from this.
Where is he?
Altdorf. It's the college of the Grey Wind, I'm afraid. And I have been just summoned this night. This is not a simple thing to parse. But if you truly think you can't go, I could make my own way and link back with you in the mountains. I mean, just a matter of this whole crew to manage as well.
That's why I wanted the boat. How many men do you think we can fit in this? Enough, a handful at least. And with what we can sell and what we can take aboard, we can buy more and maybe another galley.
Plus, you've got to look to expand the operation.
Yes.
Well, there are matters mundane and there are matters mystical, and I must attend them. I dread to think what may happen to all of you if I ignore this summons to Altdorf.
Right, I won't pretend to know anything about your business, so I trust that you have to make your way. I would like to go to Altdorf. I know Jules there, even though we left in bad terms, is still my friend. But
well,
if you don't feel right to go just yet.
If you don't go at the head of an army, and we don't stay long, I mean, we stand to gain a lot chasing this whole ring. I mean, this Castor Libering may have plans there.
He's dead.
Dead?
Oh yes, you knew, aren't you? Oh, right.
What's
days
he an
ago,
associate of
before we
Truman or
even, before the first time, before we even went to Altdorf originally, we came across these mutants in the forests. One of them was a spitting image of me, yet disformed.
It wasn't the mutants. The mutants had attacked and ambushed a caravan.
Right.
And then you found the caravan. Just clearing that up.
Right, nice. Thank you. But I saw a man, me, spitting image of me, and that's where this here Liebrum story started.
So, a doppelganger of some kind?
Yes, and now there's some cult following me, believing I owe them a debt. I don't know if it's a debt of coin or blood or some favor.
And we have these people moving across our Reichland to Altdorf. All roads are leading us to Altdorf, even if you think it's.
But you know, but how can I say this for you? I feel like I'm the catalyst. If I go into that concoction, it's gonna blow.
And if you stay distant, we just leave all of his associates unmolested? There's clearly something. Clearly, there's a major conspiracy afoot. I don't have a need to follow beyond the city.
Well, we know everyone goes to the city, but what really can we do? We barely got out the last effort. I mean, I was stunned and fearful. I fled. I lost Lorne.
Yeah.
Doing it again, it's just not going to work. I feel like we've got an asset to use. Even what was the prince, wasn't he? He was speaking to Antarius during the tournament. He wanted men in the Grey Mountains. Maybe if we find him, he'll be more inclined to follow us.
Mayhaps. Make your way. I must make mine. Where can we link?
Well, just to give you some world perspective, if Kern is wanting to go to the Grey Mountains, that is going back the way you came down to Bogenhafen.
Yeah.
And then from there you need to go on foot down the river south across a stretch of forest to reach the Grey Mountains. At which point, the Grey Mountains are very big. You need to decide what you're looking for when you're there. But if you want to go to the Grey Mountains, that's the way you need to go. It's southwest. Meanwhile, to go to Altdorf, it's northeast. So you're going in opposite directions.
See, that's that.
My intent, if we, because I need to make it to that Altdorf summons. Really, that's mega stuff for Erwin. But I have enough EXP now. Let me do the tally really quick. To actually take the Shadow Steed, like the signature school, one of the signature spells of the school. So I wouldn't be going on foot back and forth.
So to get to Altdorf from here by canal barge would be about 3 days. To travel to the Grey Mountains, in fact, I think, there is actually a tool for this.
Well, I remember, I'm sure I got a note of this, because I remember we talked to the prince, and he was talking about taking men to the mountains and shit. So wasn't there like a location?
Yeah, we could use an idea of the distances we're working with here. Because I don't want to put us in like a split the party scenario, but
yeah,
that's a pretty major thing for her win.
I was trying to convince you. Damn it, fucking
I know.
Being a mage. Got book club guys, come on.
We do have cool pirate stuff to do.
On the Weissbrook Canal.
Okay. So for you to get there by moving on a fast horse is faster than a barge. So if you wanted to go, hang on, we'll just move it to the map here. Hang on, need to wait for this to load.
So as that's happening, Erwin, how long do you think this meeting of yours would be?
But essentially, to sum it up though, if Erwin was travelling on a fast horse, it would probably take him about 3 days longer to go to Altdorf, be in Altdorf for a day, and then go to the Grey Mountains. It would take him 3 days longer than it would for you guys to go from where you are now to the Grey Mountains by boat.
Hang on a minute, but Army and Romulo part of this conversation, is this still the private bit?
This is still the private bit. I'm just kind of sorting out the stuff in their head for them. But obviously, you guys will no doubt have to play your part in this conversation shortly.
So it's 3 days longer in travel time hither and yon.
By fast horse, yes, you will end up being able to get to the Grey Mountains 3 days behind them, roughly, assuming you don't run into any trouble.
One thing should be noted is the draft horse is not a fast horse, is it?
Well, we're talking about Shadow Steed here.
Ah, right. That's just not a normal riding horse, not necessarily a fast one.
We'll find out.
Does anyone know if Antarius wanted anything to do with it?
Antarius wanted to go to Altdorf because he wants to go to the Elven Embassy.
Yeah, I was going to take that in mind. When will he be back?
We're not sure, unfortunately.
I would say it's about 2-3 weeks. He has an apartment lined up. It's just kind of the between time that's a little rough.
Well, back in character. Well, Owen, just give it a thought for the night. We'll talk to the rest tomorrow. I'll have to speak with those. Where were they from again?
The South.
Italia?
South. Let's just say South and keep it simple. But yeah, pick their brains. See what their plan is.
Yeah, those Chileans. They were. It would be quite good to have them with us. They don't seem too bound to this family.
So, in the meantime, Siegfried, you've turned in for the night, I think. Is that right?
Well, I had a large nap earlier, and I think I heard someone say human trafficking.
Oh, that was me messing about.
Ah, right. Okay. So I see these two leave the...
Well, I'd say you can probably have been walking around doing the rigging on the ship and stuff, and you've seen these two having their little private conversation on the helm.
And just in earshot of them, make my way over, but not really get too close.
Well, if you wanna talk to them after they finish their conversation, that's fine. Romolo and Ruiz. What is Ruiz doing?
He's if Romolo is welcome to join me, but I'm going to go to the town, find an inn, and I'm going to tell stories, sing, dance. And
So you're going to go and be a roustabout. Okay.
Yes.
I'm dropping off Alvera, so
Yeah, that's fine.
that
So
is where I left ages ago.
you've taken her back to her house, and just as she's finishing up, she tries to grab you by the arm just as you're about to leave, and she says, "Listen, could you do something for me, just as a favor?"
I will think about it. Why?
Could you take a letter back to Leia? I mean,
I can take it to Altdorf, and I can drop it off with a contact there to be taken back. But I'm not travelling back to Tulea for the foreseeable future.
well, when you get there, because
Yes,
I
that is
think
fine.
my letter will be safer with you than it would be with any type of post. I don't think there's going to be any baggage trains that are going south into Tulea anytime soon. Not with all the beastmen in the forests.
In that case, then, if there's no time limit on this letter, then yes, I do not mind.
Could you make sure that Luigi gets this?
Sure, no problem.
Thanks.
I'll take it and put it in my backpack or my.
She gives you a
whatever.
wax-sealed letter.
Okay, no problem.
Listen, if you or if any of your people, if you need help, I can see what I can do for you if you come back to Weisbrook.
That is fine, it is understood. Just remember to keep yourself safe, and if you have a problem, although the Don may not doesn't want you around anymore, you're still being looked after by the family. He takes care of that. So if you have a problem, you're still family.
I don't agree with your methods, but thank you for saving me.
Again, it is just a way of life. I understand your hesitation. I understand why you left. But now I'm no longer with Ruiz. I can say that I'm not a giant fan of the family either myself.
Really?
Yes, but unfortunately, as you know, you pay a heavy price to leave, and I have people I have to care for.
Well, I hope you can get out of it one day.
As soon as I have enough to heal my brother, I will.
Maybe I could help your brother if he's sick.
No, he needs magic. Unfortunately, I have been to many normal healers, and they say it is a problem that can only be fixed by magic.
She slowly nods her head. Then, if you need mages, your best bet outside of the elves is Altdorf.
Indeed.
They have the best magicians in all of the human lands.
Indeed, but to get one of them to travel and to pay the cost of it will take a large amount. So I continue working for the family until I make that amount.
Good luck.
Thank you. Could I grab some of those healing potions? I'm happy to compensate you a little bit at least.
Yeah, sure. I can sell you some. Let me just pull up the consumer guide.
They're 10 shillings.
They're 10 shillings. All right. She'll offer you them for 7 shillings. You can have up to 5.
Okay, well I can afford 2. So
Mate's
Okay.
rates?
yeah.
Yeah, well, she's giving him mates raise.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave then.
Are you taking the 2?
Yeah, taking the 2.
Okay.
With this Oblivion music, I'm just like pictured her face going blank and zooming in, and it's the way joke, entertain.
Okay, all right. So you've got your 2 healing drafts, and you say your farewell and you leave her to it. I assume you go now to the Happy Man Inn,
That's exactly what I'm doing, yes.
where indeed you find Ruiz standing on a table playing guitar.
No, Mr. Voice in the Head. No, this is not how it is going down.
Okay.
I have a
what do you
chair
do?
in front of me with my foot upon it, and I am playing guitar and I'm telling stories.
Okay, you're playing guitar in a different way, right? Okay.
And then on the floor is my hat for where people could put coins in if they are entertained.
And I'm not going into the pub. I'm going to that spot.
You're going to
the.
the. Well, he said it's in the gong pit.
Yes, I'm going there to have a look.
The poop hole.
Yes, I'm going to have a look there.
Okay. So you go round to the back. You can hear through the window. You can hear the sound of Ruiz singing from inside.
Right.
And it does sound like he's got a few people clapping along with his song.
Do I get any-
Ruiz,
do I get any coins?
you make 7 shillings.
He's just singing the Spanish happy birthday song.
No, it's
Ya no sati.
no, it is a song from my homeland. It is very important, very spiritual. It goes, "Ahe,
I dance,
aha,
I dance, I dance
Actually,
around the Spanish hat.
can you
hey,
make
Macarena."
a average entertain Estelian guitar test?
Does this mean I have a Estelian guitar?
Despacito.
Huh?
Well, if you don't, obviously you can't be doing this.
Bam! There we go.
Okay, you earn 8 shillings.
And my stories are pretty good too.
9 shillings.
I even drop in a bit of Britannian.
Okay, that's enough rolling. Okay, so he's singing a Spanish song in French. In the pub, very badly in bad French, and you're digging around in the fucking poop hole to try and find this thing. Can you make for me I want a test from you. What test do I want? What test do I desire from you?
Perception.
Perception. We'll go with perception. We'll call it an average perception test. As you dig around, do you wish to use a fortune point?
Oh god, yes. I don't have any, but I'm using a dark deal. Oh.
Despite the inspiration of covetous greed instilled in you by Zinch, you dig around and you do manage to find the hole, only to discover that it's already been taken.
Ugh.
Someone
Right.
must have already come here and made off with it.
In that case, then I'm gonna go fucking looking round for that guy I saw jump out the window. Did I get a good look at his face, or?
No, not a chance. No way. You weren't the one inside. The only one who did was Kern.
Right, okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of have a look for a guy with a poop covered in poop then, I guess.
Okay then, that's an interesting one. Alright, but maybe you can find him. We'll take let's see if you can ask around. Well, okay, I'll give you a choice. Do you want to use gossip, perception, or bribery? Obviously, bribery will involve spending money.
Yeah. I'm gonna go for bribery. Can I get a bit of advantage as well because I have law local, so I get on with locals.
I thought you need to choose a local area. For
Yeah,
that.
you need to choose a local area for that.
Oh, I thought I just meant, like,
Yeah,
with locals.
you're familiar with all locals on the planet everywhere.
I
You should
thought it
change
meant,
that.
like, I got
No,
on
you
with
should
the-
change that to Law Tilea.
Okay, I thought it meant like I get on with the lower.
Yeah,
classes.
no. It means your local area, wherever it may be. So
Right.
in your case, like it'll be Tilea.
Would it not be more local than an actual?
Yeah, it probably would be. To be fair, it'd be Lucchini, really.
Okay. Right. In that case, then yeah, bribery, please.
Bribery. Okay. In which case, that will be a difficult bribery test. Not difficult because you're having a hard time bribing people. You're having a hard time finding the right person to bribe.
Right. Come on, baby. Ugh.
You gonna take it?
Well, I've got nothing else. I mean, I could. Yeah, fuck it. I will do another corruption.
You sure?
Yeah, I've got a new character. I might as well turn on it.
You spend a good part of the night. By the time it gets to 2 a.m., your eyes are getting really heavy, and you've gotten nowhere. You've been looking for this poo-covered man, and there's just been no sign of him.
I call it quits and just like fucking head back to the boat, I guess.
You can have 20 XP for your efforts.
Thanks, mate.
Here's your
Really hope for
consolation
10
prize.
really hope for 10 gold, but okay.
At least you didn't spend any of your money on attempted bribes that got nowhere.
I only had 1 silver left anyway, so
You're gonna bribe people with like 1 silver.
basically, yeah.
That's a lot to the lower classes, is it not?
Right, you get to, well, it depends. I mean, I guess it's like a month's wage for them. So you manage to all end up back at Boaty McBoatface, and you're all able to take a long rest. So feel free to use that bed button and remove any fatigue you may have as well. Don't forget, you can also use a fortune point on your long rest as well.
We don't regain them, do we, though, till the end of the session?
No, not until the end of the session.
No. Okay.
I think he was more suggesting it for Kern.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
Nice, yeah, that worked out well.
Erwin and Ruiz.
Hello.
Long rest.
Kern?
It is bedtime.
Never mind.
I'm not hurt. But
If you're not hurt, then it's fine. If you don't have any fatigue, there's no point in
Yeah.
rolling.
Yeah.
I had one injury, and I regained 6. So,
I mean, I don't know if it can help. Yeah, I mean, look,
Just gonna
you know,
roll for fun. I want to be part of the group. I'm just
I know how to do healing to look after.
So-
I actually
myself.
top.
I don't get hurt.
Early hours in the next morning, it's just pretty much at the crack of dawn, because most of you are not particularly injured. It's about 7 in the morning, give or take, and the sound of seagulls wake you up, as there's lots of gulls going about on the river now. And as you come out onto the barge, you can see that the town is starting to come alive again after a night of sleep. It is faintly raining this morning, very lightly. And it seems that now you must make a decision about where to go next and what to do.
what is the plan, gents? We have got my friend back, but now it is time for us to head to Altdorf, yes? This is the deal that we made with you.
Right, yeah. What is it you need? What, figured you were gonna be, heading back home, no? Why
No. I must head to Altdorf to take Ruiz to meet his so-called destiny, but really it's just a fight.
Oh yes, this dude you told me in the tavern.
You might recall something about the interrogation in relation to that.
Yeah, there's... wait, what?
So, you know the name of the guy that Ruiz has to go and fight.
I didn't know that. I knew that.
It was. Did I not give it to you in your little section here?
You might have done, but I don't know. I can't remember. Let me look.
Could have sworn I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, Albrecht Hollhauser.
Ah, okay, cool.
Anyway, yeah, carry on. So I'm just pointing that out to you because that's an important thing that you should remember.
It is, yeah.
Do you want to just start paying me to be your secretary to remind you of like people you shot and things like that?
It might come in handy at this point. Yeah, okay. We must go and find this Arbrook man. Ruiz must fight him, and if he is involved in Alvira's kidnap, well, it would make sense on why the Don wants him dead.
Swell. What would you do after that?
After that, I have nothing to do. I am on leave. I have a little bit of time. I have no real obligation to head home. I just need to seek work to get money as I travel back, really.
Well,
Speaking of, Liam, do I get paid for doing that for the Don?
You get paid
magical
on
doll.
return, but you were given. Okay, I can guess. No, it wouldn't really make any sense because you've been operating under having no money. So you get paid when you get back to Tlea.
Okay. Alright.
So.
Yes, I.
But
I'm
your
a
job's not
mercenary,
finished
so-
yet.
Yeah. I just wasn't sure if I get paid for that job of saving her.
What? Some money magically appears in your pocket.
I was more thinking like
he sends it to you by bank transfer.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking I speak to someone in Altdorf, and then they go, "Yeah, you've completed this job. Here's some money."
I mean,
Is it the,
yeah, okay, sure.
salary
There's,
thing?
yeah, sure. Why not? There's a Nascostas contact that you can meet in Altdorf, and he'll sort you out.
Okay. Cool.
If you've got proof that you did your job.
Well,
Yeah.
once you're finished, I could always use 2 men to protect the boat. You'll be paid handsomely.
I mean, that is fine with me. My pay is fairly simple.
Yeah, I seek to go far, so perhaps we might even end up back in your home country.
I mean, that is fine with me.
Brilliant. Well,
I'd like to point at
What
this
is
point,
that?
I'm probably still asleep. I'm gonna lay into me. So.
Okay, Ruiz has no contribution whatsoever to the important conversation of where to go next.
I mean, I would like to clarify that when I say I'm a fairly pricey mercenary, it is 2d10 of silver every time I'm engaged in a fighting combat situation for you guys.
right, so. How was the trade from yesterday?
I just imagine every time you get into a fight, after the fight's over, you roll a pair of 10-sided dice, and you're like, okay, you owe me that much silver.
But I'll travel with you for free. But if you need me to pick up my bow, I'm gonna be annoyed.
Swell. Well, your company is very much appreciated.
I'll travel with you then. Go to Otto first, and then wherever you want.
Right. Yeah, well. Yeah, let's go to Altdorf. I have my reservations about it, though. I don't want to.
If anything begins to seem too horrible, we'll just leave.
Well, I can remain inconspicuous. English fails me.
You have got a magical mask.
Indeed I do.
Which we should talk about at some point.
Voice in my head. Sorry, there's a voice in my head, Erwin. Again, the visions, it's so muddly gook.
Zinch himself.
I will say that once we have had the duel in Altdorf, I am no longer tied to Ruiz. He is free to leave. His debt is paid, so if you want Ruiz to travel with you too, you may need to employ other means of bribery or offers because he is no longer bound to me or me to him.
Well, I can guarantee a lot of killing, as he seems to be a man who enjoys that, or to prove his mastery of sword.
Indeed. But I'm just letting you know. You have my word, I will travel with you, as long as we are vaguely heading south. After that, it is up to you.
Right, well, Altdorf it is. Erwin, I guess you go see to this summons, and
Yeah.
I expect you to report back to us as soon as possible.
When we reach Altdorf, we'll split ways after finding some lodgings. I don't expect it will take too long, but it could be a matter of a day or so.
Does Siegfried have anything to contribute here? I assume you're awake.
I'm awake and I'm just checking on the state of the cargo, making sure none of my blood has gotten on any of it.
Looks like
Right
all
then.
of the cargo is in pretty good condition.
What do we have on the ship?
We have a draft horse now as well.
Siegfried's your quartermaster. Or he was anyway, until you
Oh.
fucking shredded the contract.
There's always room, if he doesn't steal things from under me. Siegfried, what is it we got in stock there?
Is it 30 units of wool you said?
I think you got 80, actually.
Just
Yeah.
No, because we sold some in Weisbrook.
Yes, you did, but you've got 80 left.
Okay. We've got 70.
Is there no stops on the way?
None that is worth selling this at. Altdorf's the nearest place. We've sold all that we can in Weisbrook.
There are only small village hamlets along the Weisbrook Canal that you guys are aware of anyway.
Where's the profits from yesterday? I'd like to see if we can have some side
a lot of the profits
repaired.
went on preparing a document that was ripped up.
So you spent money on
and
paper?
Also on...
Didn't you have to pay for the repairs of the boat?
The repairs of the boat and ordering in paint and all that sort of malarkey.
Well, that's good.
We hadn't done any of that yet.
Just so that's done, that's grand.
Yeah, but I'd say we haven't actually hired anyone to do that yet, so all that payment does actually need to be done and stuff.
That was happening when you shot me.
Brilliant.
Yeah, but we hadn't done any of the payments for it or spoken to people, had we? Because weren't we going to talk about improving it as well?
I think all you'd done is you'd hired stevedores to unload the goods.
Oh, I thought we'd also given the money to...
I think you'd made an agreement to do that. Like, when you were talking with Antarius and Renate, you agreed that part of the money, that like the proceeds from the sale, would be spent on repairing the boat, and that would come out of Renate's share.
Right.
But then Italians happened, and now that's all kind of up in the air. But I think you've still got the full purse of money.
Yeah, he does. That's my clarification point, was that he definitely got paid, and he's definitely not paid anything out.
Yeah, no.
I don't have the full purse of money, though.
You don't?
Okay.
Hang on a minute, let me check.
Antarius has half of it.
Oh, okay, well, in this case, for the purposes of keeping things easy, I'm going to move it from Antarius to you. How much was it that you got for the sale? Do you remember?
That was 7, I think.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll reduce his money, and I'll increase your money.
So both me and Antarius had agreed that we'd keep a couple of the gold coins each, so we'd be in agreement with what we told everybody else.
Yeah, you did do a bit of embezzling, didn't you? Between the two of you.
We told, what's her face? I've forgotten her name.
Renate.
Renate, that we'd earned 14 gold crowns.
Yeah. You told her that, but you actually earned, like, was it 18, and then you kept 2 crowns each?
If we earned 18 and we told her 14, that means we kept...
You kept 2 crowns each. Yeah, that makes sense. So in reality, you earned 18 crowns. You told Renate that you earned 14. And that was like a secret that you and Antarius were keeping.
Yep.
So you have
I like the fact that we literally just talked about, like, he was your quartermaster, like, until he broke the deal, blah 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 blah, and then he immediately.
His first act as quartermaster is to embezzle money.
Yeah, like he embezzled money yesterday, and then today he's like, "How much cargo do we have?" And you're like, "He's got 18." He's like, "We've got 70."
Classic Siegfried.
Obviously, I'm sorry about that.
Anyway, so you have, like, in terms of like ship money that you've declared, there's 14 crowns.
14 crowns. So, out of this, we have 14 crowns from the money that was due. However, before you shot me...
I didn't shoot you. I don't
want that to happen. Before you got me shot...
Yes.
I didn't get you shot.
That was me.
That was totally not... I washed my hands of it.
Before you got me shot...
No.
We had agreed with Renate that the payments for repairs would come out of this, including the share split between the crew, i.e. myself and Antarius at the time, and her, evenly. However, seeing as you're now taking 66% of this, that means your share repairs has to come out of your own pocket if you want this boat to stay floating for much longer. And then, as he's saying that, I'm going to divvy out the 14 gold crowns as was agreed upon by those who were there when we rescued the cargo. So 10% for the gold crown and a half for Renate. That leaves me with 12.5.
Well, hang on. Before you start like saying that you're giving away money, right? So like, you've gotten this purse out, and you're saying, okay, so I'm divvying up the money as it was agreed when we recovered the cargo.
Yeah.
So that's what you're saying. Okay, so does anyone be like, no?
No,
I'm assuming Kern, because he gets nothing out of it.
Yeah, no, right. So
Brent was here when we got the cargo, so he gets his
Sacred,
share of that.
Sacred. How much are the repairs going to cost?
I think that's
What was it? Was
I
it
think that's a wait for the DM.
10 crowns, and what does that leave us in excess of?
Well, hang on.
Confirming with the DM that.
Right.
Yeah, let me
That
just...
included the fresh paint and.
Yeah,
rename
that will
ship as
include
well.
like full cleanup, like to get it back into tip-top condition. I think there's actually something about this. For now, we'll say it'll be 8 crowns. It'll be 8 crowns to get it sorted.
So after repairs and maintenance, we have 6 crowns remaining from the profit.
6.
And the ship is pretty heavily damaged. It kind of limped into port.
If we want to get to Altdorf quickly, it would be quicker to actually get the ship repaired before we set out.
Right. Well. Erwin, go take three of your gold coins from that.
Happily.
Counting towards your 10. As for
Clink, clink, clink.
the other 3, you take one yourself, Siegfried, for being a good chap, and the 2 will be split between me and the lady Renate at
Chicken
an
died.
agreed price to our prior agreement.
Renette,
So you're
at this
leaving
point, decides
nothing
to emerge from inside the helm's room. And she says, "Oh, are we talking about money?"
Yeah, so just counting out the money for repairs, duck back in and double check on that rule. I feel some water.
I'm not the quartermaster.
Yes, but I'm busy. I'm doing business with him right now. Just be like,
Well, why can't I be here to talk about the money?
because there's nothing to be talked about. We're trying to.
I have 33% of this ship. I should be involved.
Getting really tired of this one.
Look, there's not enough money to go around. We have enough just to keep the ship afloat. When we go to Altdorf, you'll get your pay.
Look, I almost got shot by a big Chilean man. I'm not about to cause a fucking scene over the repair costs, okay? I just want to know what's happening.
I've given Owen his free gold, as agreed.
I'm Owen.
How expensive is this mage?
He is a very
Do you
good
know many
mate.
mages?
Well,
Then-
Grateful.
no, but...
If you don't want to cause a scene, I'd stop asking about his capabilities.
For fuck's sake.
Great power beyond your understanding. Ooh. Wiggle my fingers and grab it. Or just clink my.
She looks genuinely frightened.
Fizzle. No magic.
At
Makes himself glow again.
Is he casting a spell?
Ooh. I'm casting a spell of beach and quieting. Prepare yourself.
Wait, you're taking the
No.
piss.
No, I'm definitely casting a spell. Ooh.
Can't tell with him.
At this
Fuck
point, I think a shirtless Ruiz wakes up and looks annoyed at all the shouting, and then just goes over and finds some water to dip his head into.
Such a hunk. Okay, Renette, look. 8 is going to the repairs and repaint. 3 is going to Erwin, as agreed for his services and continued of. I've given 1 to Siegfried, considering he got shot. And the rest, well, I suppose we could divvy the last 2.
Okay, so I get a crown and you get a crown.
That's not 33%.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh.
In all
Were you
fairness,
not
I will
there
say.
when she agreed for 10% of the cargo price? So therefore that means should be 1 crown and 4 shillings, is it not?
She rubs
I
her
do
forehead.
believe the easy,
She rubs
I
her
do believe the
forehead
easiest
in
way to
frustration.
stop this.
I don't
Gentlemen,
believe I
gentlemen,
recall
ladies.
that, so we will give you 33% of the 2 crowns.
Gentlemen, ladies, let me just suggest something here. You are paying for the repairs that comes out of everyone's pocket. It must be done. It is a poor broken boat. But you still have cargo left. When you get to Altdorf, you can pay all of us crew members, and all the people who are on the boat, you pay them the normal money, a shilling, 2 shillings, whatever it is that you pay your crew people. However, you split the cargo payment then, 33% and 66. For now, take a crown each. Be happy. At least you made some profit off this misadventure.
Renette looks at you for a moment, then looks back at Kern and shrugs.
There's more money to be had later. Let's not worry about now.
Exactly.
Okay, then don't quibble and give me a crown.
I give her...
I still have the money, so I'm just gonna.
I
hand
give her
the
10
crown.
shillings.
Give her 10 shillings. So, like, Siegfried goes to hand her this crown and Kern just grabs his wrist. Like, no. And then meticulously counts out 10 shillings from his own pocket.
It's like a third arm just appears and grabs it.
She takes the fist of shillings, rolls her eyes and says, "You're a fucking tight ass." And then she goes back inside.
A little subtitle appears in the top right that says, Romulo will remember this. I see that I'll have to be careful when I make sure I get paid by you, hey?
Look, there's not much to go around as the moment, but as soon as, I guess, when we're at bloody Altdorf, you stumble across more, especially with the more cargo.
As soon as Renette closes the door, she immediately turns around and comes back out again and closes the door again and says, "Actually, I'm going to go out and I'm going to find us some good repairmen. Siegfried, why don't you come with me with the money and we'll go and find some people?"
Certainly. Just give me a moment to settle this conversation and collect the full amount I have stashed away.
Look, Siegfried, they're stuck on this ship with the rest of us, so there's no need for this, cutting corners, so to say.
If you want me to trade this, and I don't think the rest of you know your wool from your wood, then I think you should give me more than a single share. Profits, don't you?
Look, Siegfried, there's matters more...
I'm sorry, just for clarification, are we currently talking about trade prices, etc.? Because what you must understand is that whilst, yes, I am not the most conventional merchant ever, the entire job I've been doing in Talia for the past 10 years is smuggling. So I know the prices of what things should cost if there wasn't drugs shoved inside them.
Yes, you know the prices of Talia. Do you know the prices in Altdorf? Or...
No, I know the prices of shipping things to Altdorf.
Siegfried, look, I'm aware of your value on this crew. That's why I want you to work with us. Look, you got shot. That was not my doing.
It was your doing, and you've got to make it worth my while. As for you, Romulo, yes, you may know the price to get things to Altdorf. That is very different than actually selling them in Altdorf.
That was my job. I transported things. Do you think I got Ruiz all this way throughout all of the
Oh, will
banditry?
you both stop
By
comparing
walking?
your dicks and get a move on?
I'm a deal maker, my friend. A skilled businessman. Just
Yeah,
as you
your
are too.
idea of deal making is shooting people. Now, can we go?
As soon as she starts raising her voice, I'm just going to pull out my crossbow again. What did you say, woman?
Okay.
I suggest that yes, you want 33%. Remember who made sure you have that 33%, and stop raising your voice at the menfolk.
Then why are you quibbling? If you're so big and strong and clever and mannish, then can't you just sort this out already?
Because I'm not being paid to do this. I am merely saying, this man needs to just calm down. Everyone should be happy. The man owns boat, you own boat, you guys share together. He gets 2 votes, you get 1. It's a simple process.
Well, the longer we stand
man is an
around...
employee.
The longer we stand around bickering, the longer it takes to get the repairs done.
This boat is screwed. It's going to take at least a couple of days to fix up anyway.
I'm gonna
No
rub my
time
two
like the
fingers
present.
together, like rubbing coins together before I disappear out the room, and then reappear to walk off with Rouette.
Renette.
If I may interject here,
I'm gonna follow them.
perhaps
I'm gonna follow Renette and Siegfried. I don't trust them.
perhaps you could all just keep the noise down a little bit. Thank you.
No problem, Ruiz. You go back to sleep. We are leaving now, yes?
Where are we going?
Well, you can stay here if you want. I am going with Kant here for breakfast, yes? That's where we're going.
Oh, I could do with some breakfast, perhaps. Yes.
I don't think this breakfast would be to your taste. We're going for a very long walk to find breakfast.
Oh, you're going to kill him now.
So,
No.
during the process of Renette and Siegfried, and I assume Kern going to supervise, you end up looking over them as they go to find some suitable workmen to repair the vessel.
Hang on. Was Kern following me when I left the room?
Well, we both are, yeah.
He's following you off the boat.
Oh. Okay, so he didn't follow me around the boat before I left.
I don't think he has any reason to.
No, I think he just said he'd follow you when you left the boat.
When you left with the...
When you left with Renette. Because obviously he thinks that the two of you were going to, like, pull some shit. So, like,
Yeah,
he's trying to
understandably. You have made yourselves the biggest, like, suspicious characters ever.
Right, so that's fine. Right, so you guys go to find some repairs. The foreman involved in the works estimates it'll probably take about 2 days. So in that regard, you all have 2 days to do some personal affairs in Weisbrook. It is up to you what those are going to be.
Changes.
So I'll start with Ruiz. What is Ruiz spending 2 days doing?
Well, I think first of all, I will. We'll go and find some breakfast, and then he'll take a tour of the city. He'll find the places where the poor are and the homeless children, and he will sing for them and make sure they are happy, because he cares for the smallest people in the world. Next, he will find himself some lunch, after which he will sing and dance and do his storytelling for the innkeeper for some more coins.
Is your idea of a downtime activity just to, like, feed your dietary requirements?
He's got nothing else to do. He's just, he's exploring.
So what you're telling me in very long words is you're going to go busking.
After looking after the orphans. And the
Did
poor.
you actually buy that guitar? Because I don't think you had the money on your
No, it just appeared in there. And
It magically appeared in his inventory.
Yeah, just don't question it. And of course, in the evening, we will try and find some company, yes?
Okay.
And that will do me for a day.
Alright, so that's fine. So you are generally just going to be conducting yourself in a way that is, like, appropriate to your personality. So that's fine. I think what I'll do is I'll just let you make a income test, I suppose.
How do I do those again?
That's what she says.
So it's like you... Is it in your class? Diestra... Yeah, the one... Okay, so it's... Alright, make a Stallion entertain with a Stallion guitar or storytelling test, up to you. It will be average. Okay. Unfortunately, you don't have...
No.
Okay, unfortunately, you don't have too much success, but you do make... Oh, nice. You make 4 shillings.
I also gave 3 shillings away to the orphans when I was there.
Okay. Your good deeds are noticed by a few people, and perhaps a little bit of renown will be garnered as a result of your actions here in Weisbrook. And
and also, do I get lucky?
Sure, buddy. Yep, you find a lovely lady of the night, and you have a great time.
No. Louise does not pay.
Who you invited the bard?
Please tell me he has a chance of getting an STD or some other
Well, we do need to
infection.
check whether you get a venereal disease, so let's have a look at that. Right, can
Yeah,
you...
but I'm okay with that because that's pretty cool. So let's go.
Yeah, okay. Make an easy endurance test, please.
Gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all.
Ah man, that's like cunt carries around a pigskin sock.
Oh.
That is disgusting, dude. That is not a sentence I needed to.
Taking it dark.
Took a dark deal to avoid getting AIDS. You have narrowly avoided syphilis by the guidance of Slanesh. Okay, whatever.
Take
Yeah,
that,
sure.
Nurgle.
So that is the experience of Ruiz over 2 days. What does Erwin do?
Oh, that's just a day.
Also, Erwin. No, I asked you for 2 days. That's what you do twice in a row. You can also have.
No.
Yep. That's how it be. You get 30 XP.
Otherwise, it'd be a half an hour of him describing his day.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here for half an hour and let you describe both days.
She comes, alright?
Been half an hour of him describing it already?
Yeah, we already have.
Lord.
Hang a minute. Look, oh yeah, I've done nothing this session. You know, you just ignored me.
You have 30 seconds to describe day 2.
Okay, well, day 2, I'm going to take in some of the local art. I mean, perhaps there is a place that sells art, or at least a museum, and I'm going to be cultured. Then I'm going to find a man of some renown. Just go and talk to him, tell him about my life, and no, in fact, I will go. In fact, if there is a author or a reporter
24,
about, tell them about my
25,
life.
26,
Just to try
27,
and get some renown.
29.
And in the evening,
Time's
I
up!
will return to the
Time's up!
England
That's it!
Springs.
Congratulations, you managed to go to a small art gallery in Weisbrook.
Do I at least get do I find a reporter or anything like that? I want to get my
A
story out.
reporter in Weisbrook?
Yeah, a reporter or a author or something. You know,
No,
someone...
you're not gonna find that in fucking Weisbrook.
Oh, okay.
It's some fucking tiny ass little dock. Like it's not like a major trading port. It is just like a lay-by, essentially, a glorified lay-by for vessels that are going up the Weisbrook Canal. It is not a particularly like renowned place. You do eventually, like with a lot of gossip in the streets, you manage to find about some private collector who has a small gallery of art pieces from various different locales in the old world, and you spend a day of appreciating that with fine art and the company of the lovely maiden that you met last night.
And wine?
And what?
Wine?
Wine? Yeah, sure, you find some wine. Congratulations. Yeah, sure, spend a shilling. You get a fucking great bottle of good wine.
Lovely.
Okay, Erwin.
Erwin.
What does Erwin do over the next 2 days?
That was it. He just said Erwin over and over again.
He just sat on the boat and said, Erwin,
He's been doing a lot of weird, shit. Actually, he's for one, he's been like staring at horses in the town, just staring at them, watching how horses move, like what they
is
do.
going on with this group, man?
Because he's like,
Owen's
and then
a
now
weird
and then,
boy.
you know, at night, now and then, you can hear like neighing out of his quarters because he's trying to practice this new spell, and he needs to remember what a horse looks like each time he does it. And he's like, well, how does that move? Like, what does that do?
What is it
They
to
keep-
eat a horse?
He mumbles to himself. One day when you guys are mutually eating, he wonders himself like, does he keep coming out with 5 legs? 8 legs? What?
8-legged horse.
That's all he does. It's pretty much just him learning and practicing.
So you're
the spell.
doing some heavy book learning. Okay, that's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
So I will give you 50 experience as you dedicate yourself to the mastery of this new ability.
Cool.
Okay. So Kent, what is Kent doing over the 2 days?
I guess after following the two and realizing they're just doing the job, he's going to go to the tavern, enjoy a bit of Susado's music as he tries to hire some willing men to work on the ship with them.
So you want to hire some crew?
Yeah, and more on the lines of the well-built and you know, basically more of like guards than just laborers.
Okay, so do you want sailors or do you want mercenaries? Because these are like two different things.
Yeah, I should just say either or. I think I'll look for like a mix of both. I'll see what's there, so to say.
Okay.
I'm being fully honest with you, buddy. I genuinely don't think you can afford mercenaries.
No, I don't think I do. So I think we should just get a crew.
Yeah.
Mercenaries are kind of
It's like
expensive.
The
two
hireling
men.
costs.
Ah, thank you.
From the
That's very
rulebook.
good. Yeah, so these are some sample ones. Okay, so these are the kind of like expenses you'd be looking at. Okay. So to hire a sailor,
Probably be the local scout, wouldn't it?
they're a little bit more skilled than that, to be honest. They're a bit more talented, but I guess if they're just able seamen, we'll say they're like 12 shillings a week. That seems
Okay.
about right. So like a crown a week.
And I take it they don't demand a share of any cargo or that?
No,
because
they
they're
do
being
not
paid
demand a
more
share of
than-
They
cargo.
work for pay.
Yeah, they work for their pay. They're just salaried. So
Yeah,
they
I was
are a
just
crown a week. It is up to you how many you think you can afford on that. You know that reaching Altdorf, well, Siegfried has told you that reaching Altdorf from Weisbruck is about 3 days on the canal. You can, if you want, make a challenging haggle test to see if you can reduce their wage.
I think I might have.
But if you fail, that you might end up scaring off the good ones with your stinginess, and then you'll
I've got public speaker. I wonder if
Public
this could do
speaker.
anything for it.
public speak. You're skilled. I think that's more about like trying to convince loads of people of like something political and stuff.
Right.
I don't think that's suitable for
Gonna
like
say,
like a job interview sort of thing. Like I don't know if that would work too well.
Yeah, alright.
It might help. It might help for you like.
Rousing up men and like seeing how many I can get. Well, I've got a good ship and that.
Well, yeah, okay. You know what? Why not? Yeah, sure. If you're like going around, you're like trying to rabble rouse and stuff, and like get a few people interested in you. So, yeah, I'll give you a +10 on your haggle test. So you'll roll a challenging haggle test and give it a +10 modifier.
Challenging modifier 10. Shit. Close.
You ain't got any fortune left. You can use a dark deal if you want.
Nah, it's not worth it.
Not worth it. All right.
I guess I'll leave like a notice. I'll leave like a notice on the. I asked the tavern keeper sorry, because I can't read or write. The tavern keeper to keep a good word in if there's anyone that's wanting to work the ship to approach the ship. For the rest of the days, I guess I'll try and
Would you not be dedicating both days to trying to find crew?
I guess so. Fuck it. Yeah, I'll just spend the week in the tavern, talking to the locals. Finding out what's the local rumours as well as like trying to persuade a few cheap hands.
Okay. By the end of it, you have 4 able-bodied men who present themselves and say that they're willing to work for a crown a week each. It's up to you how many you want to hire. You have reasonable confidence that they are skilled and able and can probably handle themselves in a fight because, well, they're sailors.
Okay. I will take 2 because that's all I need for one of my effect things for being a tax collector or something.
But they need to be tax collectors themselves for that.
I don't care. I don't care.
Sailors.
It's fine.
There's a lot of things in this. Yeah. No. Thanks. Yeah, it says 3 tax collectors, but I guess
If you need 3 hirelings, you will need 3 hirelings, but I don't care about them being tax collectors.
okay. Yeah. So they're basically hirelings anyway. So yeah, in fact I'll get the 3. I'll get 3, and I guess the other guy was just a dick.
Yeah, okay, the other guy can get fucked. Sure.
Yeah, I gotta jump on a work thing real quick, but I'm right back.
Right, we're almost finished, so no worries.
Okay.
Okay, so that's fine. So that's what
let me
Kern
know what
gets
it
up to. Romolo.
He just said he'd be right back.
Okay, all right, Siegfried.
So after dealing with the repairs for the ship, I'm going to be looking.
Oh, sorry,
for
Kern's
luxuries.
gained 30 XP. Sorry, carry
Nice.
on.
I'm going to be looking for what luxuries Weisbrook sells, and what I think could be sold in Altdorf for a profit.
Okay.
So how do I use this trade thing?
So we type
Or is
slash
that only
trade.
for the
We type slash
Weisbrook.
trade. We scroll down. We find Weisbrook.
settlement size 2, wealth 2, trade?
So trade
Agreed.
ticked. Season is autumn.
There is no cargo in Weisbrook to purchase.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's pretty scarce at this time. You do ask around as best you can, but you're not able to make any deals. It doesn't seem like anybody has any cargo that they're willing to ship in bulk.
I'm actually quite amazed that there's nothing.
Yep.
Hello, sorry, my friends were just saying goodbye. They've been chatting to my apartment.
All right.
Have we got to me yet, or is someone else?
You're
doing stuff?
next.
Okay, cool.
In that case, I'll have a look in the weapon shops and that to see if there's anything of suitable quality there.
Okay, what are you looking for?
Anything that is a high quality weapon, because those are quite rare.
High quality weapon, just like anything, or something you can use.
Any weapon, I don't care what, but high quality, definite. To be a high quality, it means to have more positive traits than negative traits that are on top of just the weapon itself.
Okay. Hang on a minute. So Weisbrook is a town. So normally, I think high quality weapons are meant to be rare.
I think they're certainly meant to be a step up than what they normally are.
Right. Okay. So I'll say that this will be scarce because you're looking for any.
Yep.
Okay. In that case, you are able to find a high quality flail.
High quality flail.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So it will have some qualities. It'll be hang on a minute. Let me just generate one here.
Well, we've got this pause. I've got name suggestions for the boat. Two. Alright, the Bogan Hopper or the Wizen Boat?
The Bogan Hopper.
You think it's so wise to name our boat where we found it?
So you find a flail that is both durable and lightweight.
Nice. And how much is that going for?
I'll tell you in a second.
You always just keep it simple and call it the Renee.
Again, trying to avoid suspicion and things like that.
Weapons. Sec. Where is it? Ooh, blimey. This thing is 5 gold crowns.
Okay, can I try haggling to get that down lower?
You do have a deal maker trait, don't you? Yeah. Go ahead
can
and
make
make a average haggle test. Oof.
It's the end of the session.
You have 0 result. Oh wait, no, 1 fate. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I was looking at the wrong thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so you managed to haggle him down to 3.5 crowns, so 3 crowns, 6 shillings.
I will take it then, as I think I can sell it for more.
Okay.
3.5, you said.
Right, I will add that item to your sheet afterwards.
Oh, I just... Okay.
Or you can just generate it yourself if you want to. That's fine. So, Romolo, finally. What does Romolo spend the 2 days doing in Weisbrook?
Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry. Yeah, so, right, 2 days I'm spending. The first one, I want to basically search around the boat. And I want to, because I'm familiar with smuggling vessels, I want to see if this boat has been smuggling in the past. Like, if it's got any hidden storage spaces, if it's got, like, any, like, dodgy bits, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I want to look for any of those on the boat, basically.
Okay. Can you make for me a average perception test?
Sure.
You examine the vessel closely, and you look around, and you do, in fact, manage to find a additional hidden compartment in the lower cargo hold. Unfortunately, upon discovery, you find that it's actually waterlogged, and if there were any goods in here, they've been taken or have fallen out of the vessel through the hole in the bottom.
But it can be repaired.
It can be repaired, yes.
Okay, well, I'll spend that first day if I can, like nicking bits of materials from the boat repairers and just repairing that, kind of trying to keep it to myself so no one knows about it.
Okay, that's fine. You can do that. So you do that over the next 2 days. You can get that done. Right, so you are... I assume you are doing this in such a way that you're trying to keep it hidden from everyone else.
Yeah, I don't want other people to know.
You only do it when other people are busy.
Yeah.
Also do
And
know
then-
that I do regularly go check on the cargo just to make sure it's all fine and not being impacted by the repairs.
Well, that's fine, but over 2 days he can figure out a way to get around that.
And then I'd like to go back to Alvera's and like collect that draft horse and sell it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Give me a sec.
Remember you saying, yeah, we also have a draft horse.
Yeah, that was just to me. I was like,
Yeah, now you
that's
got another
something.
draft horse.
Do you need sources? We got a boat. I'm gonna start our pirate empire.
You're able to get an offer, a tentative offer, of 1 crown 6 shillings for the draft horse.
I too have Dealmaker.
You do indeed. You can make a average haggle test.
Boom.
You do some pretty good bargaining, and you're able to bring them up to 2 crowns 5 shillings.
Yeah, go on, that'll do.
Okay, alright. You sell off this horse, and you take your 2 crowns 5 shillings.
I'm gonna go back to Kearns and give him one of the crowns and say, I sold off that horse that we found. This is the shares. I got 2 crowns. Do you say 5 shillings?
I 2 crowns 5 shillings. Is that my share?
Yeah. Yes, so so that was the full price I got for the draft horse. It is a small town. I figured it would be more difficult to take it with us as we don't have exactly horse carrying capabilities on this boat.
And
So,
you also got my cart and horse taking up what space there is.
You have a cart and horse on the boat? What?
Yeah.
That's news to me.
God. Yeah, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, I asked you before when we moved everything over, can I move the horse and cart?
How did you move a horse and cart from boat to boat?
Oh yeah, he does have
Why
a
I
mule. Well, you have a mule.
Mule, sorry, not horse, yes.
Okay, fair enough.
That's
Yeah, right.
used
Well,
literally.
there is a fucking mule on the boat and a cart. So
well,
that's been a thing. That's been a thing, guys.
We literally used that to ferry the cargo when we went to sell it. Last session.
I
Alright.
literally didn't even. I thought that was just rented because like you have to feed them and shit. That's why I was like, it's more effort than it's worth to try and feed this horse like on the trip.
Well, if you want to keep a pet, Siegfried, you have to take care of it yourself. And if it dies, you bury it yourself.
If it dies, I'm pushing it off the boat.
Yeah. So I'm yeah. So yeah. I sold this horse. I got two gold crowns and 5 shillings. So I give you a crown, yes?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm blanked out there.
The man's offering you money.
Yeah, I humbly accept the how much? 1 crown, 1 shilling.
Yes. Take a crown.
Okay, I'll take the crown.
I will use
didn't realise we had a horse, but this is surprising, and thank you for coming to me. I remember this honesty.
Well, you see, I like to keep it honest. We found the horse. I feel like, you know, we share it with the people who are there. I'm going to go and give these 6 shillings to the 5 shillings to what's his face, Erwin. So everything will be okay.
Brilliant. Well, in that case, I'll go to Renee and give her the coin and be like, there you go. That's to stop you complaining.
You give her 2 shillings.
You give her the 1 shilling.
Oh, you bring it up to 11. Unbelievable. Obviously, she finds this more of an insult than anything else, and she's just like even more annoyed with you.
Wait, is that all I got? Was just 2 shillings? Was that?
No, you got a crown.
I gave you a gold crown.
1 crown equals 12 shillings.
Right. No, I meant I just gave her the crown then.
Oh, you gave her a whole crown.
Yeah, I just fucking take. I gave her.
Oh, right.
There, stop your complaining. That should cover you for.
Well, indeed, she does indeed stop complaining and seems to be a bit more compliant, at least for a few days.
It's good because I don't lose out anything
Yeah.
really.
I'm gonna go and give the 6 shillings to Erwin because you know he stood by us and
5
fought
shillings.
With us. Yeah, 5 shillings. Sorry. Yeah. And then Ruiz gets nothing because I've had to travel with him for this goddamn long. I'm fed up of his existence.
Okay. In which case, that's everybody's. Also, you get 30 experience. Actually.
Oh.
Yeah, 30. I'll give you 30. Over the course of those endeavors, Siegfried, did I give you XP?
No, you didn't.
Oh, 30.
And you get XP. And you get XP. Everyone, check under your seats.
So by the end of the 2 days, the repairs are complete, and the Bogenhopper sets off from Weisbruck and makes its way up towards the Weisbruck Canal, where you encounter the first problem before you're able to set sail of needing to pay the canal fee, which is 2 crowns.
Well, I'm an employee. I sit back.
The tall guard sits there on his high chair, looking down at your ship with a pipe in his mouth, smiling. All right, mate, just chuck your 2 crowns in the net there. You see it, just there on the side, and we'll open the gate for you.
Kern, a half of what I can save, I'll haggle them and see what price we can get them down to.
Yeah, do what you can. See if you. We don't have it. Yeah, I've got everything. How much was? Nah, we don't have any excess really. We can't really wiggle out. Yeah, do what you can. Do what you can.
I too can help with this. I'm going to walk over with. What's your fucking name? Siegfried.
Hey, my friend. Why don't I put 1 gold crown in the net and give yourself 2 shillings just for you, and then you can let us buy.
What? Well, that's an interesting proposition. Only problem with that is, well, you know, I'm not the head of the whole operation round here now, am I? You know, eventually, the Crown's collectors, they come by, end of the month, and they say, right, how many ships have come through? And I have to mark them down on my little tally here, and then the coins have to match up.
That's where I can help you, dear sir, here. I, myself, am also a servant of the coin and the crown. I'm Conch Knife.
Servant of the coin, I fucking bet you are.
These those are the employees in this city I am acquainted with. Perhaps I could even, give them a word and look the other way for any further actions of this.
You some sort of bailiff?
Yes, indeed I am. I'm Conch Knifer.
Ah. Well, I suppose for a servant of the crown such as yourself, maybe I can make an exception. Assuming that, of course, you'll put in a good word for Gottfried Helbrecht, who's been working this toll gate loyally for the past 15 years.
Yeah, indeed, Gottfried. I'll send a letter to my friend here. Yeah, he should be not as worried to see a few coins shimmed off the top every now and then.
What friend?
The local bailiff.
What do you mean, the local bailiff?
Yes, he's the one that does the route round here, does he not?
There ain't been a local bailiff here for 2 fucking years. They're waiting for a new one.
What's happened to him? Is he still alive?
Last one died of tetanus.
No one told me. See, it's been a while since I've been this part of the country. No wonder I didn't see him. It's a shame.
Ah. What'd
So
you
who's
say
been
your
taking
name was?
Count Schneifer.
Huh. I ain't heard your name before.
I'm from up by Altdorf.
You
My
trying
friend,
to...
we're on a very time-sensitive delivery. You see, my friend Kernschneifer here, he works for the Crown. But I work for someone else. I'm going to very deliberately scratch my cheek and show the back of my hand and say, this boat needs to pass by. I'm sure that can be arranged to move quickly. Yes, you are delaying me, and delaying me is a bad idea. I want to make sure he sees like the ornate N brand on the back of my hand.
Make an average intimidate test.
I mean, I'm trying to be charming. I'm being nice about it. Do I not get the char?
No, no, you're deliberately showing him your fucking gangster tattoo.
No, it's okay. I succeeded anyway.
Yeah, okay. 1 crown. Okay.
Okay, pay the man. Let's get to move on. Go on. Thank you very much, sir.
The man swallows tightly and just immediately starts lifting the canal lock. And soon the bearer belly is on its way once again. Whoever's paying the crown should take that out of their wallet.
Who has the money for the ship?
I'll take it out my pocket.
And now the bearer belly spends 3 days sailing up the Weisbrook Canal towards Altdorf. And there, our session ends.
Hang on, just before that. Kern, I believe Romulo and I saved you some coin there. Do you want to pay us anything?
What? No, that was the effort for the ship.
I do not believe that you did anything there that was useful. It was me and my business. But either way, I was doing that for my boss. I am an employee currently, so I do not need paying extra for doing my job. Yes.
Look, Siegfried, stop sniffing around for crumbs. We've got bigger fish ahead of us. So focus up. You'll get your.
I agree.
Siegfried is such a gremlin.
Yeah.
Right.
When we get to Altdorf, I have other connections that may be able to make us some fast money too.
And there, I'm going to call the end of session 18. Just one other thing. Everybody will receive 50 XP on top of everything else that they've had. So there's another 50 XP for you all.
Wow. Liam, you're being much nicer with this XP. Is something bad about that?
Noticed.
Yeah, but about the... See, I know There's something big gonna fucking happen now.
Yeah, exactly.
No
I feel
comment.
like death
we
is
need
approaching.
the army.
No comment.
Yeah.
Gondor
Fucking hell.
calls for aid.
Like literally, I'm sat here like, right, there's too much nice shit going on here.
Now, just before we end the session, of course, the traditional, we need to have a vote for the best role player today, starting with Ironside.
Let's see. Today. Everybody was in really good form today, actually.
Peak physical condition.
Yeah, peak performance. This is what it looks like.
Who's the best of the best?
Kurt's speech was good at the beginning.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think Kern's done pretty well today.
Thank you.
There's one for Kern. Okay, Lex.
I'm actually going to go for Erwin. I enjoyed his interrogation. I think
that's fair too. Yeah.
Thank you.
Cerise.
Even though he didn't vote for me.
Next time.
Cerise.
Gonna go for Ruiz because of his antics. Helped by yourself in a few points, I think.
It's fair. Uncle Nephew.
I want to see more of Louise, so I'll give it to Lewis.
Wait, what?
No, I'm Romulo. Do you mean?
You're baked out your fucking mind, dude.
No, isn't El Cisador Louise or something like that?
Ruiz.
Yeah, that's Lex.
Ruiz.
Yeah.
Lex.
Yeah, but like Louise's English name is Lewis, so Lewis is getting my vote.
No,
I got you.
Yeah,
but he's not called. Yeah, but he's called Lewis.
I'm actually
Romolo
called
is
Lewis.
called
The way
Lewis.
out of the confusion, that's why I'm doing it.
Dickhead.
Right.
You're not. That was not on
So
purpose. You're
Lex
just baked.
gets- Oh, no. El Cisador Lewis gets
You're giving it to Lex, right?
The Whisperer.
Yes.
Okay. Finally, Wildfire.
Mine is shockingly going to Siegfried because even though he's only in it for like the last bit, he fucking made an impact. So yeah.
Surprised by that.
So I.
Well, you're just such a fucking money grubbing goblin, and you're playing. It
He
so
is
goddamn well.
He is a fucking goblin.
We don't want to kill another character of yours, but you're so baiting it.
Yeah, exactly. Like literally. That's the thing is, it's like you're playing your character really well because at the beginning I liked him because he was morally ambiguous, and you've already made me hate him again.
The man is absolutely a fucking goblin of the highest.
Yeah, it's just start there and like he's embezzling money, lying about the cargo, trying like sneaking off with Renee. Like it's just the whole time I'm just sat there like I hate this, but it's like Joffrey in Game of Thrones. Like it's really good acting.
I imagine if he was there when I gave those coins to charity, he would have been like, "Wait,
He would have been like, wait a minute.
Like a little bit on the side."
I can't believe he was like, he went up to the tall guy, unsuccessfully persuaded him to drop his price. Romolo comes over and does something, gets the price dropped, and he turns around to Kurt and goes, okay, you're gonna pay us for dropping the price. Fuck, dude. Oh, fucking absolute goblin. Right, okay. So I think the XP goes to Ruiz today.
I think
Certainly
it was a
needed
tie,
it,
wasn't
man.
it?
Ooh.
Was it not a tie between Ruiz and someone else?
No, I mean the decision's made. So what was that? 50
Oh, okay.
points?
It couldn't have been a tie. It's impossible.
Well, who did Ruiz vote for?
He voted for.
Let's have a recount.
I thought it was 2 for Owen, 2 for Ruiz, and 1 for Siegfried.
Was it 2 for Erwin? Ruiz, who did you vote
thought-
for?
Not Erwin.
Not Erwin.
And Susanador has won, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, fair enough. So that's me.
You know what? No, I'm gonna make it interesting just because it's funny. Right, split or steal. Let's go, boys.
Against two.
Right, so it's gonna be Erwin and Ruiz. What are you doing? Split or steal?
Should we do like a 2-week return or special and have like a round robin?
Right, both of you.
I'm
Both of
going
you.
to-
Wait. Both of you have to PM me And you have to say split
No,
or
I'm
steal.
just gonna say I'm gonna split. Yeah, Ruiz is an honourable man, and
Yeah, I'll split.
He does give money
He's an
to charity.
honourable man who stabbed a woman in the back just before.
no, it was.
I've had 1 PM.
See if we had Antarius, we could have done like a tournament, like 2v2v2, and the winners continue on for the XP.
Wow, that's a first.
Well, they both split.
Yeah,
Both
they did.
stole.
They did. They both split.
Oh,
They both split.
Yes. Morality triumphs. Yeah.
So that's
Nice.
we'll say 15 XP each.
could have been 30.
I was so tempted to steal.
I thought you were. I was expecting both to steal.
I really
I-
was. Yeah, I thought.
I
both
knew
was
when
there.
I PM first, and he's like, "I've got 1 PM." I'm like, oh, here it comes. Here comes the steal.
Okay,
I
so
got
I think
a
that
lot of
session was a bit of a return to form. I apologise for the missing of the
happens.
last 2 weeks.
it's not
I've
your
not been
fault.
I've not been in a great spot, but
Not at all.
we're getting back on track. So we'll. I think it was a good session. I think you got a lot of development happened here. In fact, we didn't even get through all of my notes for today, so there is excess material for next time.
Brilliant.
Right, that'll be the end of the recording.